What's up, man? YouTube, TikTok. What's going on, y'all? Uh, I just got home, so y'all seeing me in my work clothes now. Don't don't judge me. Don't judge me. But I'm probably gonna be here just for a little minute. Then I'm gonna go take a shower, and y'all know how they go. But uh, yeah, this seems to be a very common talking point, man. Like you got a lot of guys that's just against being a stepdad. And listen, I ain't never gonna be the type to tell you that you should be, but I get real tired of these guys, you know what I'm saying, that be online every day and they don't have no grace for a woman. Like a woman is not allowed to uh sin, basically, to put it in and put it into perspective. Um, she has to be shamed for every decision that she makes, and they're not allowed to grow. There's no grace for a woman who may give her womb up, as they say, and have another man's child. But it's like when the child is here, she has to be thrown under the bus uh, with every woman and be a laughing stock to men. And they literally have a term where the guys are saying, "Don't be a step crash dummy," or don't be a step crash dummy. And it's like, man, I half of the dudes that be talking, bro, they had a stepdad before, and that be the sad part. So I'm not saying that a man should like a single man has to be a stepfather. What I'm more focused on is why is there such a need to talk bad about stepdads? These guys have no grace uh for a woman and her whole identity. They make a woman's whole identity on whether she's been touched by a man or not, or whether she has a child or not. And that's not how it should go. Because there's more to a woman than her just getting pregnant. There's more to a woman than just the fact that she can bear children. There's more to a woman than these boxes that men put them in. Like, and you got to understand, when you're dealing with imperfect people, there's gonna be some different type of situations and different type of circumstances. But it's like the men, what I be trying to tell men is like, bro, you don't have to comment on everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want to be a stepdad, don't be a stepdad. But why are we talking bad about stepdads? I mean, you got dudes out here that's literally mad at Sierra for getting a man like Russell. Now here's the problem. Nobody's telling what's going on, Ms. Reddick. Nobody's telling single men to go out and be a stepdad. Nobody's telling them that. But if a man loves a woman and that woman has a child and he's able to handle that type of situation, then he should get counsel from men that are in that situation, and both of them should go to couples therapy and go talk to some of the couples that are actual therapists that come out those situations. But you got these guys who literally get online, and it's like, if you really care for kids, then why are you against stepdads? You talk about broken households, but if a man can come in that household and fix that household, what is the problem? And this is what we talk about, and this is why I don't like the conversations having with men, because they be unbalanced. Is because you talk about broken household, but if a man saves one child, he saves a generation of childs, because now he has the example of hopefully he has the example of what a man should be, right? That's what we advocate for, right? Is two parent households, right? So if we're wanting more two parent households, then why are we online bashing stepdads? Y'all tap the screen share a lot. I don't understand it. I wish that we would have a lot of grace in these situations, because once a woman have a child, it's like throw out the box, game over. That's basically what the men say. Oh, she got a child, throw away. Throw away. She's no good to the community. She's no good to people. She's no good to nothing. She got a child, throw her away. And it's like, God dog, my goodness. Half of y'all dudes come from single mother households, but you can't give these single mothers grace. Like, again, nobody is telling women, I mean, telling a man to be a stepdad. That, I don't think that would be right for me. Hey man, just go out and be a stepdad. Now, I can't tell you what to do, but we have the men in these spaces, and that red pill and that the weak manosphere, right? That's their biggest talking points. So I was watching the live debate where it was Anton Daniels versus Yada, and Yada basically said that I'm not going to put a woman's value on her box. I hate to say box, but you know, you got on what's in between her legs, right? I'm not going to just judge a woman by what's in between her legs, and I'm not going to say that a woman who has a child is not fit to be a wife, or she's less valuable, and because that's so stupid. That don't even make sense to me, to say that a woman is less valuable because she has a child. What's the difference between you giving her a child and the last man that gave her a child? So basically, what you're literally saying, right, is that women lose value no matter who they talking to. They don't gain nothing. They don't gain it. She gets no grace. If she sleeps with you, she gets no grace. If she sleeps with the next, and then half the dudes that's talking about Pookies and Ray Rays, all the Pookies and Ray Rays. And that be the problem. And it's like, how you talking about, brother, you got 3 kids. You got 3 to 4 kids, and you talking about you don't want to date a single mother. You're a single, you have 4 different baby mamas, and you're online, you talk, you know, preaching rhetoric that you couldn't even live up to the standard in which you're talking about. I literally had conversations with men on TikTok, with men on YouTube. Well, men on TikTok, I haven't had no conversation with do it like that on YouTube, but I know that that is different. I literally had conversations with men on TikTok who literally say that they're a single father and they wouldn't date a single mother. Bro, your best option is to be with a, since y'all want to use terms like defiled, your best option is to be with a defiled woman. Then why do you deserve a woman who protected her womb when you couldn't even protect your seed? I don't understand. You're being a literal hypocrite. You are a hypocrite because you couldn't even live up to the standard in what you're trying to tell women. you got a woman pregnant, or you a single father, and now you saying that you don't want to date a single mother? That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Your best option for you would be to date a single mother, because both of y'all have kids and this ain't something new. Why would you stop a woman with no kids from finding a good man? Yeah, like I said, finding a good man who reserved himself and did not spread his seed to everyone. Why do you deserve that type of woman? Oh, well, you know, because this and because no, fam. I'm giving you back the same smoke in which you say you're being a hypocrite. You don't deserve a woman who has, you don't deserve no virgin, because that's, they always want to like put up this woman who has a low body count or who is a virgin, right? They always want to talk about that, but it's like, fam, you didn't ran through majority, you didn't ran through a whole bunch of women out here, right? You're literally ran through, and you didn't ran through women out here, but then you talking about you deserve a virgin. Why? What make you think you're, why should you go into a virgin and defile her with all them, since y'all love to bring the Bible into it, with all them soul ties, spiritual transmitted STDs, right? Why do you think you deserve? Oh, because I'm a good man. So that, no, you don't, no, fam, leave that virgin alone. Don't go mess with that virgin. You don't deserve that virgin. Go get you a woman that's used up and spread around just like you and got as many soul ties as you got. But see, they don't want to bring the smoke back to themselves. They want to just say, "Oh, I'm a man, and a woman just got to accept me because I'm a man." And then half of y'all dudes don't even know what it truly means to be a man. Majority of men out here are walking around with no purpose. But we trying to tell women that their purpose is to be submitted to broke men. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. We telling women that they need to submit to men. How? Why? If we really wanted to talk about submission, how's she gonna submit to a man that ain't even led by Jesus Christ, and he has no purpose, no plan, no nothing? But we're telling women that their inherent role is to be submitted. They, if it's their role, then majority of men are out of role. Majority of men not even walking with God, but then calling themselves godly men, and then taking scripture out of context, blaming women for everything. You're doing the same thing Adam did. The woman you gave me, God, trying to blame woman and God. I'm not saying that women perfect. It's a lot of women out here that make a whole bunch of mistakes out here. But my goodness, it's like a man is able to make a mistake, and that's just is what it is. But when a woman make a mistake, she's a devil. That's crazy. That's crazy. She gets no grace. She gets no grace. A man make a mistake, it's cool, bro. Just man up and figure it out. A woman has a child, bro, throw it away. I listened to the debate with Yada and what's the dude name? Yada and Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels said he believed the solution is for these single mothers to go back to their baby daddy. Now, now let me be 100. I would hope that there could be some type of reconciliation between the baby father and the mother. I would hope for that. But if it's just not, I serve the God of reconciliation. But if what depend on what type of relationship that is, and if they both split ways because they were too toxic for each other, I'd rather them stay departed and for them to move on and just do the best that they can as co-parenting. Why would I tell a woman to go back to her man, but the man was, depending on what the situation, I don't want to go to the extreme to say, like, you know, he was using his hands on her or he was verbally abused. I don't want to say that, even though it's common, it's not an extreme, but they label this extreme. So I'm trying to coddle their feelings. You always go to the extreme. Well, the extremes are becoming common. You know what I'm saying? The extremes are becoming very common in a lot of these a lot of these men out here. That's what the extreme is becoming. So what? Because it's pride that separates them. Exactly. So when it comes to situations, like, I'm not gonna tell a woman that was in a bad situation go back. And I don't even think that they was trying. I don't even think he was saying that. Being honest, I don't think he was saying that. But just being honest. Hey, how you doing, Roshan? I'm just being honest. So, but for us to just say, do not be a stepdad or don't be it's like, why? If this woman, I believe a woman that has a child could be beneficial to a man because it's still a woman. I believe a man can still be loved by a woman with what is wrong with that? I'm not saying go do it. I'm saying, why are we keeping our foot on single mothers' neck so much? We keeping our foot, not me, but like we as men, keeping our foot on women so much, and it's like she's not allowed to be human. Nobody is promoting single. I ain't gonna say nobody. Majority of Black women and men are not promoting single motherhood or single fatherhood. We're not actively promoting that. But however, I do understand that you're human and you're gonna make a mistake. I do understand that women and men are built different biologically. So, but we're blaming women for something that happens to them on a biological level. But we don't give men the same smoke. And that be the problem. So how am I promoting single motherhood? It gets on my, I get so sick of these dumb conversations. I get so sick of these conversations. I'm tired of these conversations. That's why I've been on and off. I be disappeared. I be chilling. I'm gone for 3 out of 4 days a week. I'm done. I don't even be in these same situations, bro. I done moved on. But I have to address it because when it came to the little debate, Anton telling the woman go back to I don't think that's the right thing for all situations. And then we got to understand that majority of these women not leaving on the first time. We know that for a fact. I just wish that we get to the point where we could be men and say that we know majority of these women not leaving these relationships on the first go round. Something bad happened right then and there. Oh, gone. Second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time. So when Yada was talking to what's the dude name? Anton, Yada was right because he's like, you got to add balance. So a woman's box is not inherently inside her womb. And then when they try to use the scripture, God don't even consider that. God got grace for all women. God got grace for all men. The point is to repent and turn away from your sin. It's not to keep doing the same thing. So if she has a child, the child is already here. So why are we penalizing the woman for the child being already here? If she takes a vow to herself and God that she will never do that again, she's still going to get shamed because guess what? She has a child. See, what people like to do is say that it's pandering or simping. No, it's called adding balance because if you're going to bring my God into it, then I'm going to judge you by the word. I'm sick and tired of people trying to bring Jesus Christ into the situation when there's no Jesus in their heart. I didn't heard men on these goddamn apps say that God taught them how to be a real man, but at the same time talking about how they live in a fornication lifestyle. Boy, God is far from you. God is far from you. You literally going against God. You living in sin. You talking about how much women you run through. You saying online that you ain't no woman you talking to for a certain amount of months not coming off the draws. But then you telling women to get back with God when men left the church. So what is we talking about? We telling women that they need to submit to God, and the men not even submitting to God. But we want to use the Bible and we want to use Jesus when there's no Jesus in you. How can you lead somebody to God when God not even in you? You're living in sin. But you're trying to preach to women, but your lifestyle don't even represent who Jesus was. Your demeanor, your live topics, your backgrounds on the green screen, your YouTube videos, your TikTok videos, you've never even spread the gospel. I never see you guys spreading the gospel, but then you want to give a message to women. But nowhere in your life, nowhere in your rhetoric do you spread the gospel. I spread the gospel. I live what I'm saying. I don't have kids out of wedlock. I literally spread the gospel yesterday, Sam. 2 days ago, I'm sorry. I literally spread the gospel. But then y'all want to use God in the conversations, but where is Jesus in your rhetoric? Where is repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand? Where is God loves you and he died for you and took the ultimate penalty so that you wouldn't have to do it, and all he asking you to do is turn away from your wicked ways and follow him? Where is that? Nowhere. But one thing we gonna do is use the scripture to try to target women and make them come back to God, but then at the same time be living a hypocritical lifestyle and then gloating about it online, telling women, oh, you need to submit, you need to get back. These men not even submitted to Jesus Christ. Because I love scripture. That's one thing I do. The Bible says you will be judged by every idle word that you say. So when you online victim blaming women, you think Jesus would victim blame a woman? When you're online, I'm trying not to be preachy today, but I might just have to. You will be judged by every idle word that you say. So before you hold these lives and put some in the background, you're going to die one day. I hope you know. Listen, I got to keep it one. You're going to die one day. You're going to die. I'm going to die. You going to die one day. And you're going to have to meet with your creator. And do you not think that God going to pull up everything that you done said when he said that you will be judged by every idle word? So when you was having stupid conversations on your green screen, when you was more direct, when you was more worried about calling out women than winning souls for the kingdom, but then trying to call yourself a godly person, your name might not even be written in the Lamb's book of life, but then you want to label yourself a Christian when Paul called some of y'all so-called brothers. So-called brothers. There's clear context in that. So-called brothers. You never spread the gospel. We never see it. So I'm sick and tired of people trying to weaponize the gospel against women or men. Stop weaponizing Bible verses. If you don't want to be a stepdad, do not be a stepdad. It's point blank, period. But at the same time, a woman's womb is not directly related to her value, because God sees her in totality. God don't just see that she a goddamn copy machine. Women need to stop doing it. Men need to stop doing it. Stop bringing God into it if you're not going to represent the kingdom. Stop disrespecting black men if you don't think that you're going to, if you love Jesus, stop throwing black men under the bus, thinking that you're going to enter in, the gates when you're not representing them. Stop disrespecting black women and throwing them under the bus, thinking that you're going to enter in the pearly gates when God said you're going to be judged by every idle thing that you see. And see, self-accountability. Have I been right all the time? Heck no. Have I said some crazy things? Heck no. But I'm moving from that. I haven't said nothing problematic in a long time. In a long time. And I took a vow to say I would never say some stuff again because it's about representing Christ. If I'm not going to represent Christ, then I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to go against my creator. And one thing that we do is we got to understand people are human. That you're going to fall short of the glory sometimes. A woman is going to fall. Some women are getting pregnant right now. I want y'all to know some woman is getting pregnant right now. I ain't gonna consider no child a mistake, but she fell into sin. I'm not going to throw her under the bus for a mistake, for a choice that she made 20 years ago when she says that there's more to her than that, and God looks at her as that. And if you want me to be biblical with it, Jesus had a stepdad. And him being God, when he came down to this earth, he still submitted himself to his stepdad. A stepfather is important. So I'm not going to say men should. I know it's a talking point. I know it's a talking point. I get it. That men, don't be a crash dummy. Don't be a step dummy. I get it. I understand that in some situations the man get used. But am I honestly going to sit here and say that that's the majority of situations? Is that the majority? Because for the side that y'all bringing in of the men getting used, I guess, and hurt and lied to or whatever the situation may be, we got men out here that could testify just how being a stepfather impacted them and how much they love that child and how much the child loves them. So why are we not, as Black people, being careful with what we say online? Bro, what you leave online stay forever. And the impact that I want to make is Christ-centered. I don't want to shame a whole bunch of single mothers. I don't want to shame no single fathers. I don't want to throw no Black men under the bus. We can have accountability conversations without throwing each other on the bus. Now, when I say shame, I mean shame differently. I do believe shame is good. Like some people should be shamed for the things that they do. If you are graping women and you tell me that I shouldn't shame a man that grapes women, I'm gonna look at you like a fool. You are out of your mind. That man should be shamed. If a man abandons his kids or if a woman abandons her child, right? Depending on which way it goes, you should be shamed. Point blank, period. I'm gonna shame you every time. And especially if you're in a church with that nonsense, the Bible says a believer rejoices at correction. So if you can't be corrected, something wrong. A person should feel ashamed for the bad things they did. Shame. I'm not talking about doing a whole religious circle of throwing stones and all. No, I'm not talking about that. But when we call you out on it and we say, bro, you should be a darn fool for the things that you said. You a darn fool for treating that woman like that. You a darn shame for doing that woman dirty or that man dirty, whatever the case may be. You should feel ashamed for that. There should be y'all understand, if you got the Holy Spirit, it brings conviction anyway. I shouldn't even have to shame you. If you're talking about God once you bring God into it, thank you, you have stepped into the world that I'm living in. You should already feel ashamed before I call you out on it. But we got to have grace. We got to have grace for people, man. It's so listen, you're never going to cure the single woman problem. I'm sorry, not the single woman problem. You're never going to cure in totality a woman getting pregnant. We can call it out. But at the same time, I've heard men on here say that women are the enemy. We going to the extreme now. It be the extreme rhetoric that I be trying to like. It's like, hold on, brother, wait a minute. Now, hold on, time out. Women are the enemy? I thought we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but the principalities and high places. I didn't know the woman was the. Why would we say that? I'm not saying some women can't be an enemy to the man, but dang, a whole gender or sex, whatever, because I know some of y'all be on the gender and sex and all that. I ain't listen, that not right now. Y'all know what I'm saying. So women, right, are the enemy. I wouldn't say it like that. What? Yeah, so like they always try to bring the Bible into it, and it's like your lifestyle don't even represent who Christ was. I just gave y'all the gospel in this live. And each and every day, I'm going to give the gospel in my lives. That's my plan. I'm going to tell you who Jesus was and how he died on the cross and took the penalty that you should have paid. But he got up there on his own and said, and all he wants you to do is just to repent and turn away from your evil ways. That's it. All he wants you to do is following him. Following Jesus is the best thing that could ever happen to you. I'm going to advocate that 100%. It saves you from trouble majority of the time. You got to understand you are living in a fallen world. And every man's, time wastes on no man, and the reaper comes for us all. But Jesus Christ is good, right? So I'm going to always give y'all the gospel, but I'm going to make sure my lifestyle line up with, listen, I don't have any kids out of wedlock. I don't have an extreme crazy body count. Did I fall into sin? Yes. I am married. I'm not out here thotting around. I'm not out here promoting fornication. I'm not saying that that's cool. I'm not no Christian man saying that, ain't no woman I'm talking to not coming off the box. I'm not saying, why would I talk about God, but then my heart be far from God? Why would I talk about God, but then be promoting the things that God is against? That don't make no goddamn sense. So when I hear men or women on here talking like that, I'm like, wow, so you really not trying to follow God. God is meant to be cool. God meant to be cool. And when you die and find yourself in HE double hockey sticks forever, you're going to wish that you had a chance to come back on here and get it right. The time is now. So if you saying that you follow God, then really follow him. But when y'all try to pick out certain verses in the Bible to say that the woman is the reason that we in sin, that is a lie. Matter of fact, that is a biblical lie. Because Adam was right there next to Eve and he didn't step in and he ate the fruit. It literally says he was right there with her. He was there with her. And the moment they was talking, Adam was there. So the fall comes back to who? Adam. Why you think God came through a man? Because it says through the sins of one man. Sin came through the earth through one man. It didn't say through Eve. Doesn't mean she wasn't wrong. She played a part. But do y'all understand? That's what the Bible says. So when you use the Bible to try to say we in this predicament because of women, that is a lie. That is a lie. And matter of fact, when they both ate the fruit, who did God call to? Adam, where are you? Did he call Eve? No, he did not. No, he did not. He said, Adam, where are you? So y'all got, like, when I'm hearing people talk and try to use the Bible against this stuff, right? It's like y'all really need to know y'all word. Because watch this. You got to stop letting men gaslight y'all in these dumb conversations. Y'all got to go to 1 Timothy 2 and 24. I mean 2 and 14. Watch this. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. These first words, and Adam was not deceived. So what does that mean? Let me tell you what that means. I'm going to keep saying it. It means Adam chose to go against God. That would tie in to Genesis, right? Of the Bible saying that he was right there with her. I need y'all to, if you're going to use the Bible, start contextualizing. Start contextualizing what it's saying. Because I hate when they do that. I can't stand when they do that. They love to use the word against that way. Robbie, you keep saying boy bye, right? So like, what is your disagreement? What is your disagreement? Because 1 Timothy 2 and 14 lines up with Genesis 3 and 6. So what am I wrong on? What am I wrong on? If it says Adam was not deceived, it means Adam literally chose to eat the fruit. He did it on purpose. You said scroll life is a prison. Okay, so you sound like a lunatic because you're talking about life is a prison. My lifestyle rep the Bible real hard. I lost my blah when I was married. My kid's father lost his life. Okay, so I read your comment. Now what do you want me to do with that? I'm sorry that you keep following God. One. I'm sorry that you lost your husband. But I'm trying to figure out what was wrong with what I've been saying so far. Like what was the problem? If I'm saying anything wrong, please let me know, because First Timothy lines up with Genesis 3 and 6. First Timothy 2 and 14 lines up with Genesis 3 and 6. He was right there with her. Adam chose to go against. You need a man that can be a stepfather. Well, hopefully you find one. I hope you find one. I hope a man is willing to take care of you and your kids. You're a widow. You should, if you talking about your husband died, you're a widow. They have grace for a widow. I don't know how they be knowing. Maybe they on a personal conversation, but excuse me. They have grace for a widow. Somehow a widow gets grace. I understand the context of why they give widows grace. Don't get it twisted now, but I just find that. So what if women lied? Don't do that. Don't lie about you. Don't lie. Do not lie. But I'm just saying, what if a woman lied about? Imagine if Eve consulted with Adam after being approached by the serpent. Would he still have chosen? You're not raising another man's load, and nobody said you had to. That's the point. It's not about raising the kid. It's about the fact that we so loud about not doing it. Why are we loud about not doing it? But then this rhetoric comes from Christian men. Well, I ain't gonna say true Christian, because we got wolves and sheep clothing, but it comes from these dudes who claim that they are godly. But then when I look at their rhetoric, when I look at what's being said online, their hearts is not for God. It doesn't come, nothing about their lifestyle, nothing about their rhetoric, nothing about what they're saying. It never lines up with Jesus Christ. Somehow they got all the scripture that goes against a woman, but we never see the gospel being preached. If my goal as a Christian, right, is to win souls over for the kingdom. That's my goal. So how do I do that? By planting a seed, like the parable of the sower. I spread the gospel and let the gospel do its work. And understand everybody ain't gonna be saved, but if I get one, I just saved the generation. And that's the point. That's the point. If you're going to use the scripture against women, then you got to understand the Bible goes against men too. And it got way more smoke for men than the woman in the Bible. Look at who the Bible's starting with. He don't call it womankind, he called it mankind, because God is saying everything starts in life and ends with the man. Sin entered the world through one man. That's what it literally says. It don't say sin entered the world through Eve. It says sin entered the world through one man. Literally. All you got to do is read it. But these guys, y'all will let these guys gaslight. These guys gaslight y'all because you don't know your word. And that is how you get duped. And you stay online listening to pathetic excuses of men or women if they're doing. I haven't come across a woman misusing the Bible to target men. I haven't seen it. I would love to see it. I haven't seen it, but I'm saying if there's a woman doing it, right, you're trash as well for doing that. Like, don't know. So if we gonna use the, and matter of fact, honestly, if you're not representing the kingdom in its totality, then why are you even using the Bible? Why can I not see it? Why can we not see your lifestyle of Jesus in your life? Come on now. We got dudes quoting the scriptures. Like we got I'm gonna use Anton Daniels for an example. Anton Daniels is online every day. Every day he got a video about black women. Every day he got a video about black women Kamala Harris. I mean, you go down his whole content, all of it. You won't find one video of him preaching the gospel. Even lately, no video of him preaching the gospel. No, zero. Nobody. Not one. But yet, I'm trying to get y'all back to God. How you trying to get people back to God, but you ain't preaching the gospel? How are you leading women to God if you're not preaching the gospel? If you're not showing what discipleship look like? And if your lifestyle and your mouth don't even represent who Jesus Christ is? So how are you trying to get people back to God? How are these women supposed to follow you back to God when there's no God in you? That's all I'm saying. How are women supposed to get, you want to hold women accountable and hold men accountable or whatever you're doing? How are they supposed to get right if your lifestyle does not even align with the gospel? And if you don't believe in God in totality, then stop bringing him up in vain. Stop using scripture to try to target the woman and make her the devil. The devil is the devil. The woman is woman. Point blank, period. God didn't call Eve a devil, but some of y'all calling women devils. That's the problem. Your mouth does not represent who Jesus is. And if Jesus Christ got grace for women, why don't you have grace for a single mother? Why don't you have grace for children? Why is it that you can't understand that people are human and we live in a fallen world and some are going to fall short of the glory? But we serve the God of reconciliation that wants you reconciled back to him. And all he asking for you to do is repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. That's all he asks. He asking you to repent. That means to turn away from your wicked ways. That God still loves the single mother. God still loves the widow. God still loves the single father. God still loves the adulterer. God still loves the thief. And I don't care how you feel about it. God still loves the murderer. God still loves the woman down at the abortion clinic. God loves them. And if you would spend time giving people the gospel instead of trying to throw women under the bus, we would have more souls saved. But you trying to use the word of God to target women, and that's why we're not getting nowhere. And you shall be judged by every word and everything that you did on this earth. That is the problem. And since you want to bring God into it, I'm going to judge you by what the Bible says about you. Why doesn't your lifestyle represent who Jesus is, but yet you want to pick out certain passages to target women? That's the same thing Kevin Samuels did. And I wouldn't be surprised if God actually struck him down when he was telling Christian women that they funny. And when Christian women would say that, when they were calling on, I don't know why you were calling on there, but when a Christian woman called in and she said that she had that God found her, and then Kevin Samuels behind said, was he ever lost? I wouldn't be surprised if God struck him dead, because God still does that. This ain't no game. When you make fun of Adam and when you make fun of certain things in the Bible, God will not be mocked. When Kevin Samuels also said, based on Genesis and the story of Adam and Eve being married, when God called Adam the husband and Eve the wife, Kevin Samuels also said, well, who performed the ceremony? Are you dumb? They was the first two people on earth. God called it what it is. And if God said that's what they were married. So what do you mean who performed the ceremony? Simba? God will not be mocked. So if God struck Kevin Samuels dead, I said if he struck Kevin Samuels dead, that's what he gets, because God will not be mocked. That is the problem. How you doing a ceremony with two? God took a literal rib out of Adam and made woman. What ceremony do we need? What ceremony do we need? Are you dumb? Exactly. Stop. God will not be mocked. And it's the same man who said he came from a ministry background. I can only imagine how many people Yeah, I mean, God could use evil people for good. But I can only imagine how many people he led astray. And not to talk bad about the brother dead and gone. I know he can't defend himself, but these are clips. And listen, people gonna talk when you're dead because everything that you said, it get left online. Everything that you said get left online. That's your fault. You chose to put something on the web that is here forever. So people are going to talk about you whether you dead or alive. And matter of fact, nowhere in the well, I will have to fact check this, but I don't think nowhere in the Bible does it tell you that you cannot speak on the dead. I can't stand when people try to save their little heroes. So they don't want you to speak on Kevin Samuels or any of these men who passed away, but we can speak on Hitler. Make that make sense. Or we can talk about how bad Hitler was. We can talk about how bad all these murderers were, but we can't talk about people in our community that was causing harm. That's we can't do that. And then we want to call people like what's that dude named King Von? We want to say he resting in heaven. What? King Von? King Von? King Von? Are you serious? We gotta stop capping. They be when these people pass away, they want to put RIP. What you mean? You reap what you sow. And if your lifestyle does not represent Jesus, we gotta stop acting like these people have let me not get ahead of myself. Let me not get ahead of myself. The point of the matter is, right? We gotta be careful with our mouth. Listen, you have the power of life. The power of life is in the tongue. The power of life and death is in the tongue. You can either speak life or you can speak death. A lot of y'all are speaking death into situations. You're not even speaking life. A woman come to you for advice. You trying to tell a woman that she property. What is that? What is this fake Kevin Samuels dude name? Stacy Prince. Stacy Prince posted a question, and I talked about it a few days ago where he posted a question talking about, are women men's property? No. Was you your mama's property? Should the black man be the white man's property? Why do we ask stupid stuff like everything that y'all saying? Y'all always bring it back to controlling women. So I'm noticing your tactic, bro. You using the Bible. You don't even know the definition of words. Let's look at the definition of what a wife is, bro. And God, man, I wish I could help these dudes, man. A wife. What is a wife? A married woman considered in relation to her spouse, not property. Not property. Why? Stop. Like I said last time. Next time you talk to your wife, tell your property to come here. Don't say, "Hey, wife, come here for a second." Say, "Hey, property," and watch how offended your wife get. Property. Why do we talk like that? Why? Come on now. I'm being honest. Men, what is it gonna take for y'all to start thinking about what you say before you say it? Same thing for the woman, but I believe it's a woman's job to talk to women. It's a woman's job to correct women, and then we come together in the middle and try to figure this thing out. It's a woman's job to correct the woman. It's a man's job to correct the man. But the men don't want to be, y'all talk about women don't want to take accountability. But then when you talking to these men about what's going on with some of the men, I hear men be quick to come on the panel and defend problematic men. And then when you calling them out, they call you a pander or a simp, freak, I don't know, whatever words they use. It's like, dog, we can't get nowhere. I ain't even saying nothing bad, bro. I have not got up here the whole time and said black men are trash, black men can't do nothing, black men this and black men that, the black man is a failure. I have not done any of that on this live. I'm not gonna say that I haven't got a little spicy with somebody before. I'm not gonna say that I have. I'm trying to do better, you know what I'm saying? But right now, if you're looking at me right now, I'm not saying on a lot. I'm literally speaking biblical truth. I'm bringing up the scripture. I'm showing y'all that we going about these things in the wrong way. And honestly, you ruining your witness, brother. honestly, you're ruining your witness. If 80% communication is nonverbal, how much more important do you think that 20% that's coming out your mouth is? If 80% of communication is nonverbal, how much more important do you think that 20% coming out your mouth is, fam? We got to do better in the way that we handle these situations. I'm not even, brothers. If a woman is getting spicy with you on a panel, I understand that some of y'all gonna do equal smoke. I have no problem with that. I wish that you would try to be Christ-like or just drop her, but I understand that y'all gonna do equal smoke. So I have no problem with that. Go ahead, I guess. But brothers, you got to think about that 20% that's coming out your mouth. You got to think about the backgrounds that you're saying. You got to think about that, okay? You got to think about what you're saying. Is it wise to say that when women have sex with man, that she's being conquered? We got to think about that, because this is an act God created. Since we want to use the Bible, this is an act God created. Nowhere does he say that this act was man conquering woman. This was a spiritual act between two people, two married people, a man and a woman. But we want to spin it around and say the woman getting conquered. And we love doing or saying stupid stuff like this, brothers. We got to think about what's coming out of our mouth. We just get on the camera and say anything. Is the money worth it? We got to ask ourselves, bro, is the money worth it, bro? Is the gifts on TikTok worth it? Is the super chats worth it? Is all these things worth it to be a devilish mouthpiece? Is it worth it? Because selling out my own people ain't worth it to me. Degrading the woman and telling her that her only value is within her box. I hate to say box, like I said, but I'm just saying box so I don't get in trouble. Her only value is between her legs. We got to stop saying it like that. We can communicate better. Hey, woman, I don't think it's wise for you to have children outside of a union. Cool. I think most women are able to receive that. I really do. I believe most women, if you're having a one-on-one conversation, are able to receive that. I'm not talking about no extreme woman. Don't give me these extreme examples. But also, you got to think about the way that you're communicating to these women. Why can't they receive you? Why can't they receive you? Jesus knew how to approach every situation with every single person. And that's how we got to do. We got to establish common ground. You got to have two important things, sympathy and empathy. And if you don't have neither one of them, we can't reach people. So if the moment y'all understand that, then we can get somewhere. But again, since y'all want to use the Bible and use God, how many souls have you saved for the kingdom? That's the most important thing to me. How many souls have you saved? Not literally you saved, because God saves, but how many souls have you inspired for the kingdom? Do not bring God into it if you're not representing God, because that same woman you told her has no value. That same woman you told was going to be single and alone with cats, which is probably better for a lot of these women to be alone with cats based on the way that a lot of these men are out here, if you're being honest. But when you told her that, God was showing her love, because God loves her. And when I say God, I mean the Jesus that I serve, Yahweh, Yeshua, whatever you want to call, but the Trinity, God dang it, the triune God. The same God that y'all be talking about is the same one that loves the single mother. He has grace for the single mother. He can correct the single mother. He can change the single mother's lifestyle. He can bring her a husband. He can do all things, because all things are power. All things can be done through Christ Jesus. All things. But y'all don't talk like that. You don't preach on your lives. You too worried about getting 200 people in your TikTok or 1,000 people in your TikTok. You don't care about reaching nobody. You just want to start up controversy and be a little toxic, because you know that the toxicity bring in the numbers. And we're not going to do that on this side. We're not gonna do that on this side. We stand up for the single mother. We stand up for the children. We stand up for broken men and broken women and broken children. We do not throw them under the bus, and we do not tell a woman that her only value is within her legs. Like God don't see the totality of that woman, the whole of that woman. Everything that makes her whole. And what makes her a woman is not just what's in between her legs, brother. It's who she is. Single mothers can be good wives, but nobody is saying that you have to marry them. Nobody's saying it. The problem is we just speaking bad on them. We just speaking bad on them. Oh, don't be a crash dummy. Every single stepdad not a crash dummy. How many children lives would change because a man stepped in? Do we not think about the blessing that a man could be as a stepdad to some children when their biological dad probably failed them first? Do we not consider the love, the blessing, and the upbringing of the child before we get online and start talking bad about single mothers? You don't think that the woman is a blessing to she's still a wife. If he marries that single mother, she's still a wife, and a wife is supposed to be a blessing to a man. He who finds a wife, whether she a single mother or not, finds a good thing. Because she is a single mother does not qualify her from being a wife. Again, I am not saying that single men should marry single mothers. I never said that. I'm not advocating for it. I'm advocating against talking bad about single mothers. That's what I'm doing. I'm advocating against throwing them all under the bus. I'm advocating against the nonsense that's being spread on these panels. Nobody is telling a man that you have to be a single father, but I'm not finna shame a single mother. I'm not finna throw her under the bus. I'm not finna disrespect her, especially if she trying not to do that again. But we not thinking about the blessing. We just want to talk bad about women. So please consider what you're saying before you get online and say it. You gotta consider what you're saying, bro. You got one life. You got one life to live, okay? And everything that you have said online, red pill men, manosphere men, whatever men come across this, everything that you said online shall be here forever. And listen, you don't even know the day you're gonna die. You don't know the day that the Lord calls you to HE double hockey sticks or heaven. You don't know if God gonna strike you down right here and now. So each and every day that you open your mouth, you gotta think about what's coming out your mouth before you say it. You gotta do that. What single mother thinks she's above reproach? What are you talking about? Half of the dudes when they spreading rhetoric online, your name is I got you online. Okay. Half of the men that's spreading around these crazy rhetorics about single mothers is not even talking to these single mothers one-on-one. They're making videos on YouTube, right? They're hosting lives about single mothers, but they're not talking to whole groups of single mothers. They're throwing single mothers all in one category. Let's stop the cap. Let's stop the cap. You're not talking to a lot of these single mothers on a one-to-one basis. You're making videos. You're making videos. You're holding lives. Your background says single mothers are this, single mothers are that. You're not talking to them individually. You're not talking to a collective group of them individually. You're not even spreading the gospel to them. So what are we talking about? We know dang well that the way that these titles and these lives and these TikTok backgrounds, all of them are framed to trigger women. I'm not saying that it's not happening on the other side with the women. Do not misquote me. That is not what's going on here. I am not saying that that some women are not doing that on the other side. Stop the cap, because I know some of y'all. Oh, no. Who said not being a stepdad make them less of a man? Who said that? Why would I get up here and diss men who don't want to be a single? Who don't want to raise another man's kid? That is not what I'm saying. I'm talking about us talking bad about single mothers all day. That's all I'm saying. Who said Dark NATO? You don't think you think the totality of a woman's value is linked to her womb? Why is a man's value not linked to his rod? I can't say the word. Is she any less valuable because she has the child? Like who equates value to a woman besides God? I think men have forgotten who the heck they are. Oh, okay. I thought you were disagreeing. But you had said, let me make sure I wasn't tripping. You agree with my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll take that back. Don't worry about it. I'll take my L's. But you said, I don't know. I beg to differ. Am I tripping, or did I forget what I beg to differ means? I could be slow sometimes. Hold on. You say politely disagree. I knew I wasn't tripping. You disagree with the prompt. Wait, am I tripping? Am I having a brain fart right now? If it says polite, beg to differ means to politely disagree. So, but you're saying you agree with the prompt? Maybe I'm sure. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, like we got my fault. We gotta stop. We gotta stop doing this, brothers. And I just wish that y'all would consider your tongue. You can reach, God, dog. You can reach a lot more if you speak life into a situation. Listen, we can correct each other. We supposed to rejoice at correction. But it's a different. So you agree with don't be a stepdad? Okay, you agree with that part, and that's not a problem. It's not a problem. You know what I'm saying? I just have a problem with us talking bad about single mothers all the time, and then oh, you disagree with don't be a stepdad? Okay, really? I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised. Thank you for understanding. But yeah, I just have a not thorough, a very bad problem, and I'm disgusted by the actions that I'm seeing. And y'all tap the screen, share the live. Y'all tap the screen, share the live. But I'm having a hard time really understanding like what actually are we trying to do, because it don't seem like we're speaking life into quote unquote dead situations. It don't seem like we're really trying to to help the woman. It seemed like we want to, in a bad sense, shame women, and that is the problem. We are not talking to these women on a one-on-one basis. Appreciate it, brother. We're not guiding these women, but we're steadily making content about single mothers, black women single, especially in the black manosphere, right? Black women that are single mothers, but we're not trying to reach them. We're not trying to guide them. We're not trying to. If you talk about lead, why are we not taking their hand in a? Just stick with me. Taking a hand to God, then. And our community is not worth being pimped out for content. If you're going to bring God into a situation, do you not know that God judges your heart? Do we not think that God don't see that black men are pimping out? Esteban, I never said that you, I never said I didn't want my own children. The prompt doesn't say that nowhere on TikTok. It does not say that, fam. So I really don't even know what you're talking about. Y'all dudes come in and you don't even be listening, bro. Read the prompt. It says, don't be a stepdad, in quotations, men say. And then at the bottom, right below that, I say a woman's value is not linked to her womb. The totality of a woman's value is not linked to her womb. A woman is valuable whether she has a child or not, equally. Equally. She not less valuable. She not more valuable. She's just valuable. Equally. There are single mothers that have become what? Okay, then what's the disagreement? What's the disagreement, and tell me why? What's this? What make her less valuable? You're gonna have to really make sense why her having a child makes her not that same woman. You gotta since you said you disagree, you're going to have to make me understand why her having a child makes her less than the woman she is. Let's test your metrics. What is the difference of her having a child and not having a child? What makes her body? What makes her spirit? What makes her less of a woman than the woman she already is? If you can make that make sense for me, where does God say the single woman? Where does God say a single woman is not valuable? If you can find a verse, if you can find a verse in the Bible, I love the Bible. Where does it say that a single woman is less valuable? I love the Bible. Please tell me. Please tell me where God, Jesus, specifically said she is less than. You can't find it. Okay, so here's where grace comes in, original OG. I know you're not a virgin, and I know most men are not virgins. So go marry y'all first wife. Since you want to talk about a woman being with a man before, go marry your first wife. Proverbs 5. It doesn't say a woman is less valuable, but okay, let's read it. My son, this is Proverbs. So Solomon wrote this. This is the Proverbs of Solomon. And he also had 1,000 concubines and I believe 1,000 wives or something like that. So my son, pay attention to my wisdom. Turn your ear to my words of insight, that you may maintain discretion and your lips may preserve knowledge. For the lips of the adulterous woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is bitter as gall, sharp as a double-edged sword. Her feet go down to depth. Her steps lead straight to the grave. She gives no thought of the way of life. Her paths wander aimlessly, but she does not know. So here's the question. This is talking about an adulterous woman. I mean, here's the answer. This is talking about an adulterous woman. An adulterous woman. What does adultery mean? So a woman who was married and got divorced. So woman, we're talking about a woman who was married and got divorced. And this can also be applied to the man too. So a man who was divorced, right? He should go back to his first wife. So Kevin Samuels was an adulterous man. I really should keep reading. So Kevin Samuels was an adulterous man. He was twice divorced. How many men are twice divorced and remarried? So those men are less valuable. So the same grace that I give, or the same grace that I give to them, man. And the 10 Commandments was rated to all. So when it says thou shalt not commit adultery, that wasn't women specific. This verse is talking to men about what to avoid. But if you go back to the 10 Commandments, original OG, the 10 Commandments are not gender-based. Y'all do know that, right? It wasn't speaking to women only. It was speaking to mankind, men and women. So again, if you're going to try to say that, then you're going to have to say that that men who are divorced as well, or you know, the men that are divorced, they need to go back to their first wife, right? And then how many of you got, y'all talk about adultery, how many of y'all have put your thing in so many women out here? How many of y'all are still living in fornication? So again, I told you y'all want to use the scripture, but don't contextualize the scripture. So what make this, so if we're going to have that equal smoke, is a man who has kids less valuable as a man? No, it doesn't. It speaks on them equally. Is a man who has kids less valuable? So if we say women are less valuable, then less value. So the value of a woman is gone because she has a child. Can I say a man with a child is less valuable than a man without? Even though the men say sexual experience. Women want a man with sexual experience. I would never do that. And God doesn't even do that. God don't even do that, because God saved a prostitute. God don't consider a man less than or a woman less than because she has a child.
Hey, what's up, Shannon?
What's up, man?
Hey, I think you have a great topic. I was just bringing up Proverbs 5. Just to say, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but, you know, there's men who feel that way, and I felt the way, you know, at one point in time about some of the stuff, and as I matured, you know, but I can still see some men who probably think like that. And so I wanted to come on, not necessarily play the devil's advocate, but I was like, okay, when I thought like that, in that stance on what you're saying, like, how could someone, because of society
you said you couldn't, right? Or could? You said you couldn't or could?
I could articulate when I felt that way. Because of society standards. Women value men who can produce children, right? Just throughout time. It's like, oh, we can have kids, we might produce more to be able to, whatever our reason for having children in a farm like society compared to industrial. And then even as we've grown in the last 20, 30 years, even though people are not having kids like that, I know in my anecdotal life, women would come up to me because I was an athlete, and they would talk about having children and being able to have, because I'm tall, right? And women would say, "Ooh, I want to date you because if I have kids, I want my kids to be tall." Mm-hmm. That was the number one thing that I would hear of why I was attractive, because they want tall children. And so there's something where I'm saying not everyone is, but there's a value in society that over time, because a lot of people are infertile, that's becoming more commonplace where we're having that conversation that, hey, people who don't have children or can't have kids, they are valued too. But at a certain point in time, there's still this kind of, you know, thing out there where if you can't have children, male or female, you might not have value.
So
who can't? Oh, go ahead. My fault.
No, I interrupted, man. That's my beef. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna just land the plane. I have a lot of women friends, either single who can't stop. They don't want to have any more children for whatever reason, like they might have trauma from it, from trying to have a baby, almost lost their life. But they all are saying how hard it is to date because no man wants to date them because they're saying, I don't want to have no more children, even if they could, or they're just like, yeah, I'm done. And so they're like, no man wants a relationship with me. They're just trying to be like casual because they see, and they're all just like, this is kind of crazy. They either don't want to be the stepdad or they don't see value in them because they're like, well, you don't want to have any more kids. So, and I've seen that with a lot of women in their 30s, like that I know. So it's just like, so it's, yeah.
No, so I was saying, so that you're pretty much proving my point. So I'm asking, who is man to tell women that they have no value? I'm bringing God into it because they love to bring the Bible. The Bible and Jesus does not consider a woman who cannot have kids or a woman who has a child already less valuable than a woman who can and doesn't. Nowhere in that. He brings those people in from all different types of backgrounds. He sees value in them because he sees the humanity in them. So again, who is man to tell a woman that she has no value when God is literally the God of reconciliation and he sees the value in all of us? So if we're talking about society, I understand women and men have preferences. That's I understand it. Some women want a man that's tall, some women want a man that, I don't know, makes six figures, whatever we want to go by. But the value that we're putting on a woman who doesn't have kids. What is the difference between a single mother and a woman who doesn't have a child besides the child? What is the difference in their body? What is the difference in their value? What's the difference in their soul? And what's the difference in their spirit? Can you answer, like, can anybody answer that?
It's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, like logically, it makes sense. But for a lot of single men and for friends that I know, right, they're not going for that exact same reason, right? They're like, no, I'm not going to do it. Like, I've heard men say, it's like playing somebody else's same game, right? I've heard that. Or the drama that comes with it, right? The girl might be stable, but the ex might be unstable. So there's like this unpredictability of getting involved with this woman and this man still having this attachment. And he can't let it go. A lot of women like where I live, friends of women like, yeah, the guy just don't want to let me go. And you hear like how this dude, the baby daddy or the father of the child, comes back and he's trying to like unalive the person because he don't want to let it go. It's like, I'm not gonna let somebody else want to father my child.
Mm-hmm.
So you have people like back home, like I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to be involved in that. And so they're like speaking women who don't have children or younger women. And so it's just, I'm in my mid-30s. And so it's just crazy to see the dynamics kind of change right before my eyes. Of like, you know, some men chasing why men might want a woman who have children compared to not having children. And you know, like I said, the women friends I have, they're saying that men are looking at them like a piece of meat. Like all they want is just sex, and they're like, oh.
But that's what I'm asking. You having a preference. There's nothing wrong with a man saying I'm not going to be a stepdad. That's not the argument that I'm making. The argument is, where does she lose value? Morally, spiritually, God's eyes, where does she become less valuable as a whole entire human being to say because she had a child, she is something to be discarded?
I don't think she's less of value, right? I don't think so. But I think because of the child and the unpredictability of all that, people see that as that attachment. Some people see that as less of value, right? I saw something where somebody was like, it was like a meme, it was a on Instagram where it was like a single mom with 4 kids, and then I'm reading the comments, people was like, yeah, we want her too, but 4, right? It was just constant like that, right? And so it's just like people look at women with children, and depending on how many, you know, maybe fathers they may have or certain things, but like when Kevin Simmons, you mentioned him earlier, people, when they talk about how value woman, to each person that might be different, right? When we talk about what high value is it a money thing, like you said, could it be a status thing, prestige? But when it comes to having multiple kids in our community, right? When you think of a woman that has multiple kids, most times they're going to immediately think that she might have had multiple baby daddies. And if you do hear that she has one with one person, most times people will have a shock factor. Like, oh, okay, and then what happened? Why aren't y'all still together with all these kids? And so there's just like, it's a great conversation because I think there's a lot of things that people may feel that don't want to come out and say it. I have a lot of friends that they don't value women who's having children. But it's not that many. There's not women say, honestly, you might have to go in the country and date one of those kind of guys. Because a lot of those city guys are not women. Men, I think they hold more that man preferred that women talk about. Mm-hmm. It's like a lot of guys in the city are not doing it. Right? You think about it. Like, nah, they don't that city boys are. It might be different breeds. So, but I know men that they see women less about with children.
That's like, but why though? Because these same men who want to bring God into it, right? God does not see that woman as less valuable. That is the problem I'm having. So I'm saying, if you're talking about Jesus Christ, who loves the single mother, who loves the widow, who wants he wants the murderer. You know what? I'm gonna go to the extreme. He wants the rapist changed. He wants the murderer changed. He wants the Jeffrey Dahmers, all of them. He wants them all changed, right? He wants them to repent. If God sees value in human beings, whether they are a single mother, whether no mistake that they made, if God sees them as valuable regardless, who is man to discredit her value? What makes her less value because she has a child? And the problem that I'm having with that is when you bring God into not you, Brand, I'm talking in general. When they bring God into it, they are misrepresenting who Christ is, because that is not how Christ looked at her. And also, if you think about the woman that was a prostitute that he intervened for, he said, "He who's without sin cast the first stone." That's one example of him showing value to, no matter what a woman's background is, he loves her. So I'm trying to figure out. Huh?
Yeah, because you brought up the prostitute, and I'm going to ask you. I've heard you talk about this. We talked about body counts before, right?
Yeah. So
I've never really cared about body counts. But let's just say, all right, so you had a woman that had you're a single man. I know you're not, but let's just say hypothetically, you're a single man. She had a high body count. Let's say over 100. She's not that fast anymore. She's giving her life to Christ or whatnot. But she had a bad, she got a lot of body count, maybe high school, teen, all that. Would you still date her? Would you still marry her? Based off of knowing how you are, would you, like when we talk about body counts and stuff, and you understand, okay, there's no value, I mean, there's no everyone's kind of the same. Would you still marry that woman knowing that she had, not to me and my homeboys, I'm the only one out of my homeboys that I know, they're like, I'm not touching a woman that got over 15. I'm like, bro, we all over that number, so what am I going to judge somebody else? But I don't know too many men. I'd say 99% of men I know say they would never touch that woman, even if they body counts up there. And so I'm asking you, what you're saying, if you was in that situation and everyone's equal value, would you still marry that woman with over 100 people body count?
Yes, if God told me that that's my wife, like he told me that the one I'm with right now, well, my wife, not the one I'm with, but my wife, if he told me that that's my wife, yes, I would marry her.
Okay, now I respect that, because it's not like I said, I wanted to see, because there's people who would say, yeah, you know, I see value in everybody, but once they see, okay, oh, you got that many people, you don't got that kind of value because you've been for the streets.
Okay. I mean, what I'm like, I just find it very hypocritical that you'll have these dudes who bring up the Bible, but then they have all, yeah. Oh, my bad, Rochelle. Yes, I'm reading the chat. Can y'all hear him better now? Can y'all hear him better now? I'm sorry. My bad. It should be better now. It should be better now. No, I don't, Miss B. I don't think Brandon trying to be hard, because he just having a balanced conversation. I understand what he's saying. He's really representing men, a lot of men, by what they say. But if God told me that woman was my wife, just like God told me my wife is my wife, I would marry her. I'm going to follow what God say. So because I have the experience of God telling me, I prayed for my wife. I prayed for God to bring me a woman, and God revealed who my woman is. And she's in the room right now. So if I'm talking with God and God says this woman is my wife, I'm going to marry her. And I don't care about your past. That's your past. But if you are in Christ, you are a new creature. I find it funny that a woman can be in Christ and be a new creature, but we have to judge her when God remembers them no more. We have to judge her by everything that she did. But we can't talk about the man who has spiritual soul ties. He got spiritually transmitted STDs. He has a body count over 100. He has a huge body count. We can't talk about that because they can change and they have the option to be redeemed. But when it's a woman, she automatically just But you
as a man, I heard that men take, when I was younger, couldn't remember. I was at this Holiday Inn. There was a lot of older men, and the reason that they said on that account was men give, right? We're the givers, and women receive. So because they're receiving, it means they have the choice or something like that. It means that they have the choice to choose to be dirty or not dirty, to choose who they want compared to the person who's giving.
Said who? Where did God say it like this? What I mean,
you know how people can interpret. So this is how people can read the Bible scripture, right, and interpret it the way they want to, right? They can switch something. That's what I used to think going to revivals as a kid a lot when I was a traveling evangelist. And I'm like, dang, how can people take the same scripture and you have like maybe 20 different interpretations and preaching about that same scripture? So let's just say, okay, a preacher talking about Adam and Eve and how a woman could be deceitful because look what she did with Apple. Even though Adam had choice, right? He had free will and choice. But you came and say, hey, bro, look, I got this Apple. But you can have a pastor say, well, look, sometimes you have to choose because of, like, say they try to tie in Proverbs 5 and let's just say that adulterous woman and the cunning woman of Eve together and said, like how men say you can't trust women these days. And then they'll tie those, let's say they try to tie those two scriptures together and say, well, they can't trust that cunning, single, adulterous woman who was married. Even though I know you're saying the 10 Commandments, but let's just say if I was that kind of pastor, and that's what I'm saying.
Then I would say that you are outside of the scripture, because the scripture teaches that sin is sin and it's applied to mankind in totality. Once it's not just applied to women. And if we're going to talk about women, then we got to talk about the sickness of men that was in there. David killed his own best friend to get his best friend's wife. Samson went against God. He broke all the Nazareth. I forgot what it's called. He broke all the rules. And then he pillow talking with Delilah and lost his power and tried to marry a woman that God did not want him marrying. So all these sick men in the Bible, right, literally disobeying God, but we want to go to certain scriptures where it's talking about women. So if we actually go, like, if we was to read Genesis 3 and 6, because I know I know that that's where that comes from. Genesis 3 and 6. So I just want to pull it up real quick. Says 3 and 6. Here's the problem that I have with people, because they think that the woman was wrong. She was wrong, but they don't understand that scripture, right? They don't read what actually happened in there. So now the serpent was more gullible. More subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. Right? And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, you shall not eat of every tree of the garden. This is the serpent. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto woman, ye shall not surely die, for God doth know, which means does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and ate, and gave also to her husband with her, and he ate. So watch this. I love contextualizing Bible. You heard that, right? It says he was with her. Now, here's the problem. When you bring up 1 Timothy, because they love to say that the man was tricked. He wasn't tricked. 1 Timothy 2 and 14. I'm sorry, 1 Timothy 2 and 14. Let's read what happened. Oops. 1 Timothy 2 and 14. Watch the first words that it says. And Adam was not the one deceived. Contextualize. What does that mean? It means he chose to go against God, period. If Adam was right there with her, letting Satan talk to the woman, and he did not intervene, he didn't say anything. He didn't say that Satan is lying. We need to get away from him. God said this, and you're choosing to eat of it. You literally chose to go against God. And you got to understand the commandment wasn't even given to Eve. God said that to Adam. God said that literally to Adam. Adam was here first. So if Adam don't step in and be the head like he's supposed to be, all that leader, provider, protector stuff, he didn't even intervene to stop that from happening. But she's your responsibility, right? So why didn't you say that? We are in this situation because of Adam. So let me keep reading though. And Adam was not the one deceived. It was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. Understand, Adam chose, that's a different version, but Adam chose to go against God willingly. Willingly. That is the problem. I'm sorry?
I said, no, I like how you tied that in there. Someone's bringing up the line. You went on here to drop that hammer right there. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the light, like the light of the sea, right? Like, there's so many scriptures of where it's just like, hey, watch that cunning woman. Proverbs have it a couple of times. So I know they don't, you talk about, the man and stuff, but a lot of it is like, hey, geared toward, Jesus came, right? When Jesus came, he, like he said, I'm not coming to change the law, right?
But to fulfill
it. And so one of the things I think is interesting when you talk about Adam and Eve, and just real quick, I saw this on TikTok. I started my mom as a minister, conversation, and she talked about it, but somebody was saying that they was interpreting from the Hebrew Bible, and they were saying the words, and they were like, the Hebrew. And it was like, it's like Christians, y'all didn't know that, let's just say Adam and Eve and the serpent all, did a menage, right? And it was like, and I can prove you that happened because Jesus even talked about it in Matthew. And he was like, you guys are not children of God. You children of the devil. And he's like, go look back and look at the lineage of Adam. You never see Cain in that lineage. He was like, if Cain was actually Adam's child, then he would have been in that lineage, even though he got disbanded. So he was trying to say that basically the serpent, Cain was the serpent's father, and that's why Jesus said your father was the first murderer.
That's cap.
But it's in the Bible. No, in the Bible, because Jesus said your father was the first murderer, right? He told the Pharisees that. He's like, your father's the first murderer. Who was the first murderer in the Bible? Cain.
Yeah, but that wasn't Satan's child. That wasn't. He was calling them Satan's child because they were followers of Satan. But Cain literally came from Adam and Eve. Satan didn't have a child with nobody. There is no Lilith in the Bible. There is no menage a trois. There's two different bloodlines that you're working with in Genesis. That's why it's good to know theology. It's good to know the lineages of the Bible. But there was no menage a trois. And as far as Nephilim, that wasn't. I would have to go into a whole theological discussion, but there's two different bloodlines that you're working with in Genesis. So that's why it's good to know genealogy. But there was no Lilith, and Satan did not have intercourse with the woman or nothing like that. It does not work like that. People, if not you, but if they're gonna make a claim like this, it's probably best that they go to some type of Bible school. Because even the greatest theologians of the world would not say something stupid like that. And that's what it is, dumb.
Someone said Lilith was removed.
Lilith was never part of that. That's the problem. People, if you go look, that was a folk's tale. What was it called? Like a Norse, I forgot what's the word. It's something folk's tale. That's what that was. She was never part of Adam. There was no rejecting, it was no him rejecting Lilith and then coming to Eve. It was not like that. The people try to add stuff. That was not true. There was no Lilith back in the day. It's Lord. That's what they tried to do. That's what it is. But
all right. So real quick, so the double standards. Let's just be out in front, the elephant in the room.
All right.
Men have their double standards and women have their double standards, right? And so in this topic, you'll have some men, and again, put the devil's advocate close, it's just like, hey, we don't want to do it, like, say if you're the provider, right? Like some men, and I know they'll say, what's the point of us getting married? Step to a stepmother or to a single woman? Because what are we going to get in the long run? Especially, say, if you grew up with a single mom or whatnot, and you do everything, you clean, you cook, you say if you even have a child from another marriage or not, you take care of that you take care of your own child. You can do everything. And so when a woman comes in and say, well, I need you to do this and that, I want you to do this, you need to provide and do all those things. And the guy's like, well, what are you here for? Because I can do all these things already. So what is it? What are you bringing to the table? So what do you think about that when the people say, what are you bringing to the table talk? To, all right, this conversation. And like you said, like they have the value. They see that as value.
You're asking me, like, what does a woman bring to the table?
Yeah, you know, because you were saying the whole value thing. And so I was like, well, what about when men say, well, I can do all these things, I already have this, and you're coming into my life, what value do you add? Like,
I'm talking about, I'm more focused on spiritual value, but like, if we talk about being an asset, because like, I get it. Let's just play it then. I mean, I really can't answer for women, but if you got a woman it says he who finds a wife finds a good thing. Okay, so what is this woman doing? If she's saying that she can cook, if she's saying that she can clean, if she's saying that she can help you build your business, if she's saying that she got your back through the long run, she wants to be there, committed to you, that I don't know what else is she supposed to bring. If she's not bringing in because y'all be talking about credit score, not y'all, not you, Brandon. So when I say y'all, don't take offense, but if she's not coming in with a bad credit score, bad debt, and she's coming in to help you build whatever you got going on, if she's actually truly coming in to be the helpmate that y'all idolize, that y'all want, then I believe that's what she's bringing to the table. She's bringing help, whatever that help may look like. She's being a helper. So, I mean, as far as like, but I think you have to qualify for a helper, but you know, I mean, that's it. I would believe that that's what women would be bringing. I'm not saying that that's all women. I'm not saying that's majority of women, because I hate you. I can't stand them comments. But that's not all women. But I'm not talking about that. He asked me the values that a woman bringing. Let me answer the question without you getting offended in the comments on TikTok. Talking about that's not all women. It's not all good men. Every man ain't got money. Majority of men broke. Half the men in America don't even have $1,000 in their bank account. But leaders, providers, protectors. Go ahead, Brad. I'm sorry.
No. I'm following you. I'm digging what you're putting down. Just saying, you know, because at one point in time, and you know, like I said, I was out again. I look around. I told you I was an F boy. You know, at one point in my early 20s, going through my 20s, I was like, hey, this is where I was in Florida. This is the environment I was around. You know, and so I was like, city girls was something that we dealt with, especially when you dealt with people from like a Miami area. Not everyone, but that superficialness between the men and the women. So it came with a lot of stuff. Came with how you look at people. You know, objectifying. A lot of that happened on both sides. And
So do you agree that women lose? Do you agree that a single mother is just as valuable as a woman without kids? Do you believe a woman loses value in totality?
No, but at one point, I'm gonna just tell you, I ain't gonna lie. If you asked me this question a couple of years ago, I'd say yeah. I'd say yeah.
But you're not there no more.
No, but that's why I can say I can speak on that because I was around guys who we all kind of felt that, right? Because it was just like, all right, if I'm dealing with a single mom, right? And in my experience, when I was dealing with a lot of single moms, it came with a lot of there was a lot of secrets, like a lot of hidden stuff. Like I didn't know what was going on with the guy, the other guy, right? Who was in the past, right? Everyone has a past. And a lot of times those men still obviously have a role with the child. They'll always be in their life, right? Mm-hmm. But it wasn't, you know, when a man's trying to, you know, when he's there, hey man, I'm here for my kid. But you know when a man is like, he didn't even care about the kid and he's there for her, right? And so there was women who they didn't care. They didn't give a damn about the kid. Like, they didn't care about them. But they were just doing what you gotta be for her, be with her. You know what I mean? And it would stroke their ego. And they're just like, wait, this person's not doing for the child. They're trying to do for you. They're trying to get back with you. And so where a few people try to milk that, because I know the difference between when a man is trying to be here for his child and be a co-parent, and when a man is trying to like actually, you know, like, hey, I'm trying to get back, and he ain't even doing it with this kid, right? When he get the kid, he ain't doing nothing with him, not paying attention to him. Even when he's around with the mom, he's not paying attention. He's trying to get back with the mom. And it's like, oh, like you just missed that booty, right? So something like that. So those kind of experiences.
Wait, this is a stepdad or the biological father?
These would be the biological fathers or the exes that's trying to come back, right?
So he didn't come back. So he didn't come back for his kid. He came back for some peace.
Yeah.
Well, that's
just one experience. Yeah. I saw that a lot. Like I moved to a certain state, into a military town, and I saw that a lot. I would just be chill because I grew up around women. Man ain't caring about his kid. Like he ain't doing nothing. Like, the kid is
hold on.
I don't like being around my dad.
Hold on. Bro. I can't stand it. So hold on, Brandon. So Rambo, so human beings are property or cars?
Of course not.
Okay, then. So again, under the standard of God, where does Jesus consider a woman less valuable with a child or without a child? It's still a human.
I mean, what would Jesus say? I don't know.
Oh, well, that's the context. I
don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, cool. So from a morality standpoint, whatever your morals are, why is it that we are thinking that a woman is less valuable with a child or without a child? It's still a woman. How does her giving birth to a child make her less valuable than a woman who does not have kids?
Well, that's really easy to answer. I think you know the answer to that.
I know I don't. I don't because I don't have worldly lenses.
Do you have any kids? Do you have any kids?
No, I'm married. I don't have any kids out of wedlock. I've dated a woman. I've dated a woman.
Do you have any sons? Is what I'm asking. Do you have a son?
No, I don't have any kids out of wedlock.
Let's say you have a daughter. If you did have a daughter, would you tell her, don't worry about having kids out of wedlock? It doesn't matter.
No. We're not gonna do that because it's no. Because one thing, I don't do those crazy questions because I never said that. I'm sticking to context here.
Well, no, I'm not saying you did say that, but the answer is clearly you definitely wouldn't say that, right? That's why.
But I'm not saying that she's less valuable. Cool. It's not about. I never said that. Hey, don't worry about having any kids or don't worry about having any kids. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the value to compare her to a thing, then instead of recognize that she's someone.
Okay, right? So I'm asking the question to make a point, though. I get your answer, right? And I understand. Personally, is a woman with kids just as valuable as a woman without kids? Well, it depends. I mean, it just depends. Like if she's married to her husband and it's his kids, she's more valuable than a woman without kids because it's his kids. But when she has another man's kids, is she just as valuable as a woman with no kids? And without even answering the question, that's why I asked about if you had kids, because I know with my kids, I tell my daughter, do not have whatever you do not have kids out of wedlock. I want you to be married first and have kids in wedlock. And if I had a son, in which I didn't, I would tell him the same thing.
You skipped over answering one question before you went there, but you was about to say something, and then you went to you was about to say.
Because you interrupted me when I was trying to make a point by asking you those questions. But go ahead, ask the question.
All right. I would never nobody's advocating for women to go out here and be single mothers. Okay. The point of this live is to talk about the rhetoric that's being said out of a lot of guys' mouth, right? Equating a woman's value to her box. Now, I'm only saying box because I can't say the word, right? So what I'm saying, and since these red pills...
Womb, though. You mean womb or box?
Well, both.
Well, it's different, though.
Okay, so let's say womb. Let's say womb, right? I did say box. I was saying box. So let's say womb. Comparing her whole value as a human being to her womb, right?
I don't understand that, though. I think that's just a disingenuous statement. Or maybe it's not disingenuous. I think that's inaccurate. I don't think men are doing that. I don't think they're connecting.
Yes, they are. Like, what men do you listen to? Because I could start naming those men. The loudest voices in the manosphere / the red pill / the bussy popping rhetoric that's coming out of a lot of men's mouth. Anton, Angry Man, Mediocre Tutorials. How much you want me to keep going? Those men.
They don't say that. I'm talking to Anton.
Kevin.
They don't believe that.
Huh?
I know them dudes. Like I talked to them. I talked to them before. They wouldn't say that.
Yes, they wouldn't say that. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. They literally. Okay, so did you read so they don't say don't be a stepdad? They say they literally okay.
course.
They're equating a woman, which they say don't be a step dummy, because they're equating a woman has lost value to because of her womb. Okay, and they have said a whole bunch of degrading things towards women, single mothers, no good.
No, that's true. That's true. We agree there. That's true.
Okay.
Let me help you here, because you said you don't understand. I'll say it. I think you know. Maybe you're playing devil's advocate, but really what it is that it's not so much that a woman has kids, she doesn't have the same value as another woman, and it's just that simple. That's not what it is. It's more like this. In the Black community, we're having kids at something like 76% kids out of wedlock, right? We have maybe a 25, 26% marriage rate, probably lower than that. And then we have the highest divorce rate. So, we all know we've got a family structure issue in the Black community. Well, part of correcting that is saying that we need to put an end to having all these kids out of wedlock. And part of that is saying, say no to being a stepdad. Hey, it's dangerous. It's not the best way to build a family. And then if we're too permissive, we're never going to change the issue.
So that's not fixing a problem though, because the problem shouldn't say don't. Why are we speaking about stepdads like they're not important? That's the problem. You know darn well that in order to
know why they talk about stepdads. So, because what happens is a lot of Black men are taught, go out here, get yourself a wife, start a family.
Yeah. And
what you find is a lot of Black women are having kids at a very young age, like by the age of 22.
Yeah.
A lot of them have kids. Okay. So then as a man, you might build yourself up, and then it's like, well, now you're expected to date a woman with kids. And this whole time, this was the plan by the sisterhood the entire time.
Or don't date, or don't listen, or don't date a woman with. Don't date a woman with. The point is, you don't have, if you don't want to date a woman with kids, don't date a woman with kids. That's don't do it. But to spend,
they're being taught to walk into that though. But to their mothers, their moms, and the social pressure in the community, and the culture is teaching a lot of men like, no, you should be a stepdad out here.
Nobody is out here. Nobody is advocating for that shit on totality. The majority of men are not advocating for another man to go.
76% kids out of wedlock.
I said majority of men, online or women, are not saying, hey, men, go out and be a stepdad. A woman having a child out of wedlock does not equate men go be a stepdad to the woman that had a child. That is not what's going on. That is not what's going on.
But that's the social norm. If 76% kids are being born out of wedlock, that means that most Black men that are with Black women are going to be with. That means that most of them are going to be stepdads.
Cool. And you know what? It's a lot about the divorce rates too, because you brought up divorce. We have, as men, it seems like we can't keep a woman no matter what the race is, because we got a 50-50 divorce rate with our women or any group of women. That's Pew Research studies, not me. So, but again, going back to the single, the woman.
That's not Pew Research study, but go ahead.
Are you serious?
Bro,
that literally is
serious.
All right, so if we
you got that computer, pull it up. What's the title?
Just go look at the divorce rate between black men when they date out and Black men when they date in their own. I mean, marry in their own race. It's
I read that study. That study.
So it's always see this what I hate. It's always.
Let me finish. I'm cooking.
But you're not cooking, because it's one thing that happens. It's always propaganda. When I'm saying something, I know you didn't say it, but that's what y'all love. But that's what y'all love to imply. So it's always propaganda, or it's like, pull it up, go do your research. I'm not going to do it for you. Go look at it. This is not the first time that this has been said. It's not the first time it's been pulled up.
I read the study myself, and the thing with that study,
I
mean, Black men probably do. I'm not going to say Black men have these high marriage rates with Black women or non-Black women. I think we suck at marriage. So I think we suck at marriage. We suck at family structure. We got our own problems. But I'm going to tell you that study, when you actually read the study, they also had Black women and white men in that study. They only had and I know this because I actually read the footnotes and went to the bibliography.
You said Black women and white men?
Yeah, it was in that study too.
Yeah, I thought.
Well, how many Black female, white male couples did they actually survey?
I think they only did like a few thousand, if I'm not mistaken.
No. It was like in the teens, bro. It was like 18. 20, like 22.
No. We go pull up some other studies on it. But if they did that, that's disingenuous. If they did that, I'll go ahead and give that to you. If they did that, last time I think they did a few thousand, but okay.
No, but the thing is not disingenuous. It's just they tried to get the numbers. They couldn't get the numbers. And I want to add on to that. That was a study from like 1998 or something, or 2000. But it was based on data from the early 90s. So it was a different culture, and
that's not the only study that was on there. Okay, forget the
studies though. That could be true.
Okay, so
research. It seems like I've seen that already because I look for that type of thing. But I think just the thing is, more than anything, is I would definitely say I would tell my son, don't marry a stepmom. Don't do that. No. And
all right.
And I would want my friends to tell. I would want you to tell your son to say the same thing. Now, if you meet a woman and she could be a great mother for you, and she happens to have children, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell your kids or one of my families not to do it. If that's what you like, that's what you like. That's great. But I think as Black men and even as Black women should be saying the same thing. We got to put an end to all this baby mommyism, man. This is a curse on the Black community. We got to get rid of it. So is a woman's value connected to her womb? Well, it's not so much that it's connected to her womb per se, but if a woman's got kids, I don't want to be dealing with her baby daddy and all this and his side of the family and all this. I don't want to be dealing with that. There's a lot I don't want to deal with a woman who has kids from a different man. That's me personally. Okay. And so from that aspect, I go, there's a strong preference for a woman who doesn't have children, and that's backed by real world issues. I think that's more or less what it is.
Oh, but that's not what they're saying. So when it
saying, come on, man.
When it comes to equate a woman's value totally within her womb is very degrading. All right. So here's the problem that I'm having.
Guys are doing that though. That's a disingenuous perception of what guys are saying. If you
don't want to date a single mother, nobody is telling you to date a single mother. And for the ones that are saying that, the extreme people, fine, forget them. Now, with that being said, the problem that I'm having is that instead of saying, hey, I don't want to date a single mother, we're getting online saying single mothers are this. A woman's value is connected to a womb. If you got kids, you're discarded. You're the fucking enemy. You're all this. Go back and reconcile with your first man. Half the men ain't even reconciling with their first wife. So when we start talking like that, that's the problem that I'm having. We got dudes and literally the hypocrisy that come out of men's mouth. We got single fathers that I even asked, right? That's been on the panel. I think you were here one time. A single, and this is the consensus of a lot of single men with kids. This is the consensus of a lot of single men with kids. They'll be single. They'll have kids, and then I ask them, okay, so you got kids, right? Well, why you think you deserve a woman that don't have any kids? Oh, because it's not the same. What? You don't lose value. You don't lose value. So should a man? You should lose value to, if we're equating value to our seed and to our womb. This is dumb. It's a very immoral standpoint that we're having. I'm not saying we can't call them out. I'm not saying we can't hold each other accountable. I'm not saying that we can't talk about the discussion, but the way we're going about it, and that we're going about it wrong. The way that a lot of people are having these conversations is that they're speaking death out of their tongue instead of speaking life, and they're not actually having any grace in these situations, understanding that, hey, she human. She was born with a different biological blueprint than you. She has the ability to have a child. That does not mean that you have to be with a woman that has kids. Nobody's advocating for that. I'm just saying we don't have to discard them like they're pieces of meat and that they're trash. You don't want to date a single mother, bro? Don't date one. But to be online every day with a single mother in the background and talking bad about it, we're not even talking about statistics. We're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about none of that. We're just saying the problem is you single mothers and y'all ruining y'all own goddamn household. Like we have men that ruin their households too, brother.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I 100% agree with that. And let me strongman that too, because there's a lot of red pill silliness, and I don't subscribe. I'm like a red pill dude, like out of the Black manosphere. But I don't subscribe to the silliness. So I'm with you 100% on that. And let me give you some backup on what you're saying. And so when there's this million ninja pylon on the black women, single moms are just a part of that. But a lot of this is just a grift. So a lot of black men come online. The internet is now monetized. It used to not be monetized. So these conversations used to be had before in a much more diplomatic, professional manner. But once the money started coming in, everybody wanted to go get them a Shure microphone and a nice webcam and get online and you can start bashing Keisha upside the head on this million ninja pylon. And so there is a lot of silliness with that. And I agree. We shouldn't be bashing women and just going on and on about single mothers is dumb. So I'm with you 100%. But at the same time, as black men, we definitely should be, we should become monsters for good when it comes to our own family structures. Meaning, like, everybody says, oh, you need to be a gangster. You need to be hard. You say all this, rah, rah, rah. But then when it comes to our own family structure, when a black man is a monster for good, a monster for the black family structure, all of a sudden, oh, you can't say that. Oh, no, black man, don't do that. And I disagree there. I think, there's a middle ground there where we can say where we can say forcefully, say it strong, and you talk about how it has to be because we're creating our own culture. But at the same time, we don't want to stupefy our culture, and we're seeing far too much of that. So I think we're on the same page there, brother.
Well, let me throw a bone here, and we'll have a respectful conversation. And Brandon, you could jump in too. Are women right to divorce based on the reasons that they get divorced? Are they right to divorce?
It depends.
Well, if I'm talking, I can only go by what's reported. So I'm not talking about. Can we be honest for a second? Do we think that women in totality that's getting these divorces, that they are leaving on the first strike?
I would say this, brother. Let me say it like this. When I look at 76% kids out of wedlock, I look at that and I go, that's the preference for broken homes. Like, that's the goal, is to have a kid out of wedlock when it's that high. That's not by accident. So then we go to marriage. That's different though. When we go to marriage and I go, well, if we got a 30% marriage rate, and that includes baby boomers who are married at a higher clip than Generation X and Generation Z and millennials, and then I go, that number also includes Africans that are Black Africans that are Americans that are also hired at a higher clip. Maybe the Black marriage rate is something like 27, 26, 25%. So I'm looking at that, and then you go, there's a low divorce marriage rate, and then we got the highest divorce rates. I think for a lot of us in our tribe, just to be honest, I think the goal is to fail in relationships. The goal is to fail in marriage. As a tribe, we ain't serious about family structure. And nobody can tell me that we are. I just look at the scoreboard. I look at the scoreboard. It says everything you need to know. So when I look at these divorces, listen, I know these ninjas as well as anybody, and I can't stand most of y'all. And I mean the men. So when women get divorced from men, I don't go, oh, she's probably tripping. I don't never say that. But in the totality of black love, which is like oxymoron, what I see is a tribe of people who do not know how to, or don't have the motivation to build a loving and long-lasting marriage. And until we look at it that way and just be honest, like, no, we ain't serious about family structure. Then this is going to continue. So to answer your question, no, I don't blame women from, black women from getting divorced from black men. I don't ever point the finger, but I just look at the family structure and say, we ain't serious. We ain't serious about it. I don't take us as a serious group of people.
Go ahead, Brandon. Brandon. Well, Brandon on mute. I don't know what Brandon doing. But yeah, I mean,
I'm here. I was just letting y'all go because y'all both was kicking. So
appreciate the super sticker, Lisa. Thank you. But like, what?
Let me cook a little more. Because the thing is, here's another thing, like guys like Anton and Angry Man. A lot of times these dudes. Oh, let's talk about Anton. Anton had a beautiful wife. I asked him too. on the live stream with Mr. Fantastic. I go, Anton, is your wife submissive? He goes, well, now that I want to think about it, I would say, yeah, she is submissive because she has my back. She'll work with me to build something. Like, she's loving, she's there in my corner, she's my best friend, she's my mini-me. That's exactly what he said. And I go, yeah, I figured that. I'm trying to seem like you had a winner. Like, seem like Rita is a winner. Like, you picked a winner. Now, where's Rita? What he did was came online, started talking mess to all these black women out here. Then a few of them gave him some tail, trapped him like Epstein or Diddy, and then he clowned himself online talking to these other women and sleeping with them. And now
wait, Anton?
Yeah.
Anton Daniels?
Yeah.
No, wait, time out. You saying Anton Daniels cheated on his wife?
Yeah. This is why.
Huh?
He had a video. What's your name? Six the goddess.
Oh, I gotta look into this.
Tall woman with the rubber breasts. She got them hard rubber breasts. She's a real beautiful woman though, in the face and the body. And there's another woman. They were checking him.
Wait, time out. Wait, time out. We talking about the bald-headed Ninja Turtle, right?
Yeah, Anton.
Wow, Anton Daniel cheated on his wife.
No. You're not going to see it. But I'm a married man, and I know Anton, and I've watched his content to some degree, and I just know she's never there. So he got a video, right? Put it this way: he got a video, and he's in Michigan, in Detroit, and he goes to this he comes out of this gas station with his camera. Listen to this shit. This is real. I'll try to send you the clip, the link or something. And so what he does is he's videotaping this Porsche, this Porsche like SUV, and he goes, "Hey y'all, it's cold out here. I'm in Michigan with my wife at the gas station, and she's sick right now, and she's in the car, and yada yada yada. Well, let me tell you about this money." And so he goes up to the car, and I'm like, I don't see nobody in the car. It's dark, it's kind of hard to see at night. And then he turns around, turns the camera, and so now you can see closer to the car because he turned around. He's leaning on the car, and you can see the headrest in the passenger seat and the front seat. There was nobody in the car. And he's lying about Rita being there. If you go to some Anton Daniels video, and you'll never see Rita. And I was listening to another.
No, I can't say that. I can't say that. His wife got a small hair, like she got a shortcut haircut, right?
He had there's a Porsche, so he got bright red seats.
No. His wife has short hair, like a haircut, right? I've seen his wife on his live, man. I seen his wife on his live stream.
Recently?
Yeah, about a few months ago when I had a conversation with not on that live, but like a few weeks after that, I saw his wife on the live.
Well, I think they're still married, but and it's not just me, it's other married black men. We're all saying the same thing. We're married. Like, first of all, you can just embarrass your wife like this. Now you're lying about her being in the car. I think they're still married. I don't think they're. And he goes, oh, I was at the. He had another video talking about I just came back from the bar. I met this woman, and then another woman came online onto his live stream, and they were flirting and exchanged numbers, talking about they're going to go on a date. I mean, I think it's obvious. And I don't really care. My point is this, though. My point is this. It's not just, I ain't trying to share tea with y'all, but my point is this. The same Negroes that like to complain about these women are the same ones. Those are the women that they want. They want these ratchet women. They want divorce. They want baby mom. You know what they're really mad at? They were never able to get enough tail. Like me, I'm a stone cold player. Always have been, right? So I never had issues getting women. That's why I don't complain about women. This is why I tell black men, y'all need to shut up and go get married and make a family. If you're over the age of 27 and still haven't solved the woman problem, that's on you, bro. You're 28 years old, 30 years old, 35, and still haven't handled the woman problem. That's crazy. That's because you want to lose. See, a lot of black men want to lose, and they want Keisha. They want the weave. They say they don't. They want the butt tattoos. They say they don't want those things. But it's obvious that they do because they won't shut up about it. That's what they have on their panels.
I mean, he married his high school sweetheart, so I don't know where this smoke came from. I mean, unless you're just trying to advocate for men and trying to bring, I guess, truth and enlightenment to what's going on out here, I guess. But like, it's just at the end of the day, I'm always gonna have a Christ, try my hardest to have a Christ mindset, and I'm judging Anton by the principles that he says he lives by, because he loves to bring the Bible into it. But the Bible says you shall be judged by every idle word that you say. So when you got online calling black women the devil or demons and saying that they're not a help me no more, that is where we draw a line, because we're not holding women accountable on these. How many women have these men actually had in their corner to say, "Oh my God, you changed my life. Thank you."
Honestly, I think it's a lot. I think it's working.
I don't see it, because when I see these people, men yelling at these women on these panels, I don't think you're reaching anybody, because you can ruin your witness. If 80% communication is body language, how much more important is the 20% that come out your mouth? You have the power to speak life or death. What are you going to speak? It does not mean you cannot be stern and say, "Hey, you shouldn't have did this," right? Like, you shouldn't have did this. But you, at some point, are you going to, if you're a leader, are you going to take her and lead her down the right path? Or are you going to do that? Because you're not really holding nobody accountable online. And I don't never really see these women come out to say, "Oh my God, you changed my life and I got married." The only people that I've seen really do this, I know people don't like him. Even I had a problems with him because he said some crazy stuff. But was Kevin Samuels, and yes, it is women that come out and say that he saved their marriage, and also Tony Gaskins. Only really people that I know. Now, there's some people in the Christian space, like maybe Marcus Rogers. I don't trust him either. Sometimes he sounding a little crazy, but Marcus Rogers, you got Preston Hill Perry and Jackie Perry, you got Ezekiel and his wife. There's some people in those spaces that have people that come out and test and say, "Hey man, your words save my your wisdom saved my marriage," right? It's people like that, but these like mediocre tutorials, and these other guys, I know Fresh and Fit ain't saved nothing. These, they don't even count in my eyes. But like these other guys, Andrew Tate, all them dudes that's spinning around on a dildo, all of them, you ain't saved no marriages, fam. You ain't saved no marriages and led nobody to heaven, bro. Yeah. And I know you have, because we would see testimonies of these women coming out in droves to be like, "Hey man, he's right. He saved my relationship, or he saved me from this situation." But there's nobody that comes out and even attest on y'all behalf. Zuri, I wasn't.
Let me say it like this.
Zuri, I wasn't calling Andrew Tate a Christian. I was using him as an example of the men that was in the manosphere / dildo sphere. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this. Is that when I first came into the space, there wasn't no TikTok. There was no monetization. All these conversations were organic. So a lot of these guys like Angry Man, like all these, like I'm from right out of the black manosphere. And so for me, we were having these conversations in a genuine way when we first came, right? And the thing is, women were trying to shut down those conversations, trying to shut them down. It would just be men. There were no women on the panels and arguing, and they were doing flagging campaigns, trying to get your channels shut down. I mean, they were trying to put lawsuits on black men, not having a conversation. And then what happened was COVID came, right? Mm-hmm. Well, we kind of fought through that, made it through. And then what happened, the big difference is when COVID came. And then bread went from $4 a loaf to $8 a loaf. And that's when women are like, "Man, I need a man." Kevin Samuels has got high value men. And this is when the channel blew up, because everybody was at home and had time, looking for a man, looking for a girlfriend. So they go to Kevin Samuels. Now these conversations starting to go viral. You started to see them, not just like mine and a few other channels, but and Kevin Samuels wasn't even talking about that until real recently, right?
No, Kevin Samuels grifted. He literally said he was talking to men, and then he got behind the camera and said, "If I start talking to women, my channel is gonna blow up," and it blew up.
So then what happened is these conversations started to go viral. Now everybody's heard of these conversations. Everybody knows about this. Before it was just a small number of men, and this idea is like a meme. You ever heard of mimetic warfare or memes? Not like the jokes on your phone, But like the real means are basically it's based off of genes, like genes to life, or it's like means to culture. Memes are like the lifeblood, or the DNA of culture, and they go viral just like your genes can go viral, right? So what we have is an idea that goes viral. So the mere fact that you're here talking to this, and you probably have like 70 people in here, and then there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of more TikTokers have these conversations. Like, yeah, we're bickering back and forth. Yeah, we see a lot of effery and nonsense, but a lot of this though, it may take a few years. But this is going to lead to healthier relationships between Black men and Black women. I think it's working. And I say that because I've been here for long enough that y'all just showed up. We've been here for a minute. The fact you're having this conversation, it's going to you're making an impact on Black men and Black women in a good way, in a great way, brother. So I do support you, and I thank you for that. But don't be discouraged that this isn't working. And sometimes we have to say some really nasty things. You know me, I'll just lay it down. And I mean every word of it. But I don't say it because I'm mad at Black women or I'm mad at Black men. I say it because I'm willing to be a monster for good. And I'll swing the sword. And I know people hate me in the short term, but looking back, they go, you know what? He was right. He was right. He said what needed to be said. I think that's kind of how I see a lot of this. Now, the grifting part, I don't go for money, though. See, now, there's a grifting element here and the Million Ninja pylon. I don't like that. But I think that, overall, I think this is a good thing.
I see too much. Okay. I don't think change come through toxicity. Like that's just me though. I'm trying to take the Christ way approach. Like that I meet.
That'd be false though, brother. Like capitalism would have never worked if it wasn't for slavery. Now capitalism has freed people around the planet and raised the standard of living for around the planet.
But that's
for
not
maybe the most ultimate evil.
That's not. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's good. That doesn't mean.
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that part was good, but I'm saying out of toxicity, out of evil, right, can come great things. And so to say that can't
to what extent? Okay, so I'm okay. So let me retract. Just because something can work doesn't mean it should go that way, right? So I tend to choose the latter. I'm going to try to meet people with empathy and sympathy, meet you at common ground, and then talk to you. I'm not going to come spit hell or spit fire at you and then try to hope that I can reel you in. I'm going to let the character go. My character shall go before me. I'm going to meet you in common ground. We're going to talk. We're going to have balanced conversations, and then I can correct you in peace and love, and then you can receive what I'm saying. Women can't receive what a lot of the dudes are saying because the way it's coming off. Why would a woman listen to you? Hey, y'all are like Corey Holcomb just released the clip. Stupid, but we ain't going to talk about it. But when you start off as Black women are the devil, or Black women are the enemy, or Black women was getting Black men hung from trees, right? Like Angry Man said, due to pillow talking. I don't know how Black women are pillow talking. I thought that was something that was usually said towards men. That because players know. Used to be players know. I'm just saying, but like I've just missed me with the nonsense. But when you say stupid stuff like that, why would you think that the same community that you claim to go so hard for, they gonna turn around and listen to you? Why you think Black women don't support Tyree Nichols?
Well, I get what you're saying, brother. I was here before you. I was having this conversation long before you.
Were you saying toxic rhetoric?
Well, it depends who you talk to. I call it fast.
No, I'm asking you. I'm like, did you say Black women are the devil?
No.
Did you say Black women are out of order?
That's not my term, but I would agree that Black women have been out of order. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Have you ever said? My last question. Did you ever put Black women against the Hispanic woman like Kevin Samuels?
No. I don't do that. But what I might say something. I wouldn't hit the two, but I would say this, and it pisses people off. I think it's true. I think that in a very real way, white women love Black men more than Black women love Black men. Yeah. Pour gasoline all over the house, right? But let me explain it. Let me explain what I'm saying though. Is that the black man? Okay, have you heard of the book "Stay Away from Sneaky Snow Bunnies"? Have you heard that book?
I never heard this book.
Okay, this is a book that came out about 6 months ago to a year ago, and this book is a children's book. You're supposed to read it to your 5-year-old black sons, and you tell them, and then basically the book says, stay away from these sneaky snow bunnies because these YT devils, are no good, right? And it's a propaganda book to teach your black boys to stay away from white girls. That's what it is, right? And it was on Amazon. I'm sure you could pull it up. You'll see articles on it. And so the thing is, like, as a black man, you kind of get told, what about Emmett Till and these white girls that clean your clock or call the cops on you? You can't trust them. But you grow into this world and you find out, wait a minute, white girls don't really treat you bad. They actually treat you pretty well. And the thing is, there's so many of them, right? There's more white women in this country than any other type of women. And so there's Karens out there, there's racists, there's women that won't date black men, but there's also a sizable number of black women who will marry black men. And there's some that actually prefer black men. And that number rivals or is more in numerical numbers than black women, just because there's that many more white women. So, if a black woman loves a black man, is her love less than a white woman who loves a black man? Of course not. I would think it would be more.
But you said hold on, because now I'm confused. You said that you think that white women love black men more than black women do in some way. That's what you said. So now,
yeah, that's the gasoline part.
But
so what I'm saying though, I'm saying it like this is that it could be a lot easier for black men to marry non-black women to find a potential wife than it would be to find a black woman. Depending on where you live, though, that might not be true, right? You're in the South and all these all-black towns. It might be completely different. But you come out to the West Coast or you head up north or in the Midwest, that can be a real issue. And I'm not saying that to say black women bad. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is saying those type of things, whether it's true, whether you believe it, that can piss a lot of people off so bad that they will not have that conversation. And the fact that we were having this conversation and people are listening, what I'm saying is these type of conversations, if I can be brutally honest, then you can be brutally honest, and the listener can be brutally honest. And instead of ducking these conversations with what so many people tried to do, now this is just normalized conversation. We do this as entertainment. We're trying to move the needle at the group of people. And I mean, in this way, black people haven't worked this well together since civil rights. We're really every night talking about family structure. That's an awesome thing.
Do you think that the white woman you're talking about, do you think that, because I don't equate a white woman's love ever. I don't care what the circumstances is. I've seen the way they talk about us, and I understand that the black man is fetishized because we may have a typical bigger whatchamacallit, or just fetishized because of how we were used in this country. Now, with that being said, would you say, I would never bet my life to say that white women love black men to any type of level that the black woman loves, especially when it comes to police brutality, because I promise you it's going to be an overwhelming number of black women that always have the black man's back. I don't even think it's a comparison, especially with the issues that we face. No way.
I gotta look at it like this: a white woman that you don't know, you can't trust her at all. A white woman that you don't know, I mean, KKK Karen, you cannot trust her. That's how I look at it. But a white woman that you do know, now she can be loyal and have your back like none other. That could be true. And I'll say this: but a black woman that you don't know, she gonna have your back. You don't gotta worry about black women that you don't know. You're in a room full of black women as a black man, you know you're safe. You might get set up by Poopy's girlfriend or something, okay? But that's kind of like a one-off. I ain't gonna count them. But a black woman that you do know, your baby mama, your girlfriend, your wife would probably be cool. You're gonna have major problems with the black woman that you do know, because the way our family structure, the way we date each other, is like this Klingon dating mating patterns. And there's a lot of aggression in these black relationships that are so toxic. And that's why, we have low marriage rates. And where we do have so many kids out of wedlock, because they're like, man, it's just easier just to have the kids than having to deal with you. And this is why I say black people, and it ain't just the women, black men aren't serious about family structure either, at least the ones that are having kids. I mean, my goodness, 76% kids out of wedlock? That's insanity.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wouldn't even trust the white woman that I know, just because there's so many examples of black men dying, such as the case of the black man in the elevator that died to his white woman. She stabbed him to death in the elevator.
Okay, that's
too many examples. It's just too many examples.
She's a sex worker though. He's an SEGGS worker. You know what I mean? Like you dating one of them?
I don't know.
I know dude.
Wait, am I unaware?
She was selling tails. She was like the OnlyFans selling tails. There wasn't no regular shit.
The black woman, the black man who died in the elevator? His girlfriend wasn't.
She was OF.
Was she OF? I don't remember. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't
remember.
Have you ever been to Montana? You ever been to Washington State? You ever been to Oregon?
Yeah.
You been to California? Utah?
I'm not saying it ain't some good white woman. I just don't believe that the white woman's love could ever compare to a black man in any totality, because she can never even relate to black men at all. I can't relate to a white woman at all. We got too much in common. We come from the same, and especially sharing the same black experience, or being foundationally black American, and just knowing our history. There's going to be some type of feud there, because they might not even look at race the same, and we know how race plays a part. It's too many. It's too much to deal with when it comes to dating out for me. Now, if a black man wants to, you can find you have the right to love whoever you want to love. I'm not saying don't date out. I'm just saying, even with the men dating out, I still would never say that a white woman's love could ever even compare to the black woman. And I don't think that's simping. She can't love me like my mother, but the one that would come close to loving me like my mother is one that looks like my mother, not no uncooked chicken pack.
Okay. This is why I brought up the Sneaky Snow Bunny's book, right? Because it's one of the strangest things being a black man. See, the reason you got to write this, stay away from Sneaky Snow Bunny's books, the only reason you write that book is because white women treat you so damn good, and they'll snatch up your sons. So you got to write that book. You got to lie and write propaganda, because they do treat you good. See, I've heard black women on TikTok who have black boys, black mothers. They go, nah, my sons, they date white girls, and nobody treats my sons better. That's where I got it from. I got it from black mothers. I was like, damn, because that was my experience. I was looking like, man, these white girls treat you great. Like, they love the shit out of black men. A lot of them do. And it's different on the West Coast. I'm from the West Coast, and it's different out here.
We got coons of all types. We got Brandon Tatums. We got coon disowners. We got them in all categories. So of course, somewhere down the line, there's going to be someone who says something like that. They treat them okay. I mean, you're going to find that in everywhere. Politics, relationships.
What do you mean? I'm not saying the cooning, but what I'm saying is, though, you have black men who, when you got to write a book for propaganda against your kids, to me, that's the scoreboard. Oh, these white girls treat your sons great, and you want them to stay the hell away, so you got to write these stupid books. Because the truth is, like, they go, oh, what about the only two we could really name where white women are doing black men in is like this OnlyFans model and the till. They're not like an epidemic. And trust me, nobody beat up more racist white people than me. Like, I broke the record on that. I don't like racist white. I don't even like white people that much. I just don't. I could not, right? But damn, if I be lying, these women don't come at a brother strong and always have. And they probably come at you straight. They probably throwing at you.
Fetishize.
No.
Y'all say love. Okay. It's fetish. Like y'all say love. I say fetishize. No. I understand. Like when we said that as black men saying that we the most desired man. No, the fuck we not. We are the most fetishized man by a lot of groups of women, but we're not the most loved. These other races, and we know that for a fact, do not love us.
Number one, what they get the most love. They get the most love.
I'm sorry.
That's true. white men are the most loved in America. It ain't us. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh,
and I'm saying that number one is white men. Now, here's the thing about fetishization. Now, here's the thing. Growing up, I used to fight white boys all the time. Like from the first time I got in fights with white boys was probably in kindergarten. Kindergarten, first grade, second grade, all the way up to my 20s, right? On the West Coast, that's a lot of racist white folks out here, right? Now, here's the thing. Now, this is going to sound crazy, but this is true. Have you ever seen these viral videos of brothers minding their business out on the sidewalk at the bar? They might be in a restaurant, just walking down the street, and a white guy goes up to them and calls him the N-word, like the what was that one? He had a drink in his hand in the store, and he was like, "Oh, you ninja? Oh, ninja? He said, don't call me no ninja." And then he hit him like with the energy drink upside the head, knocked him out, and started punching him on the ground. There's a bunch of viral. Just Google it. Go to YouTube or one of them and type in "white dude calls black dude the N-word." You'll see you'll see unlimited amounts of videos of white dudes get knocked out by black dudes when white dudes start to fight. So much so, like it's obvious they're getting beat up on purpose. And I know that sounds crazy, but we're not done here. Because growing up, I used to see the same thing. I'm like, why these white dudes start jumping out the bushes, starting fights, and I'm 79-0 against them? Like at some point, you think I'd lose. I'm only 5'9". I'm not like some. I got hands, I got hands for sure. But I shouldn't be able to win all these fights. And these dudes are losing on purpose. A lot of them are just one-hitter quitters. And then I started investigating because I seen it on these viral videos. I go, this is like a real thing. It ain't just me. So I started looking it up and learned about fetishization along the way. Is a fetishization. People who fetishize black men, where it stems from. And I know this because this is what this PhD wrote. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but this is what he wrote. It's the best information I have. They said what happens is you have white people that were raised to be racist, right? Because they're from Alabama or Mississippi or wherever. And then they don't like that they're racist. They don't like that. They're like, I don't like being racist. I don't like the way I was raised. So then to kind of exercise those demons is fetishization in the bedroom to try to get over that. And I actually got a scene in the movie The Black Klansman where the Klan leader and his wife were talking all crazy about black men, right? In bed, and then the lights go out. I go, like, that's right there. They even have a Netflix commercial about that. They got a Sprite commercial about that. Did you see the Netflix commercial? Google, YouTube that one, where they have the two white girls and the brother, and then one of the white girls was dating.
Okay. All right. So like, what are you trying to get to? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, what I'm saying is a lot of this fetishization, is painted with too much of a wide brush. And it's a little, and really it's more nuanced. It's like
try to say YT, like Y and then a T, because they begin.
Yeah, but I don't want to get you flagged. I'll say YT for sure. What I'm saying though is that when we say YT women fetishize BLAK men, we're kind of wiping with a wide brush. I think it's not like 25% or 30% or 50%. It's more like 3% or 1% or maybe 4%. The numbers are real low. It does happen, but it's not like a major issue, like generally like what we hear.
Okay. Dapper Dunn. You gotta unmute your mic.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment on the "Don't be a stepdad" men say. And before, how do I even explain it? I'm gonna give my perspective on it, and it might be a little flammable, but how do I even explain this? I think being a stepdad or dating a woman with children, there's a lot more than just. It comes with just a lot more than just dating a woman with children and being a stepdad. And I only know this because I started talking to a woman who has a child, and she's having me step inside these roles as not necessarily as a stepdad, but definitely as someone who could be seen as a father figure. And just even thinking about this topic, I don't know if I don't know how deep I am in TikTok's algorithm to where they're listening to what's going on in my life, but this was the first thing that popped up once I hopped back on. And I think the reality is that, sometimes the juice isn't really worth the squeeze. And that's kind of the reality. There's a lot more complications that come with being a stepdad or with being a father figure to a child that's not yours, and it's that is one of those things that you automatically assume when you're dating a woman with a child. And I'm not saying that it's not for everybody. And I think, hats off to the people that can handle that responsibility. But I think even thinking about it tonight, I'm like, man, like, is it really is it worth it for me? You know what I mean? It's just, there's a lot more complications I think that come with it. And then come with also just being in a child's life that's not yours. And you do this, you kind of wonder, is this something that is going to benefit me in the long run, or is it going to bite me, excuse my language, is it going to bite me in the ass? Because the person that you're dating, that person's son or daughter can be like, oh, you're not my dad. You'll never be my real dad. And it's like all that time, energy, and effort that you put into that relationship with that person, and then also that person's child, that goes down the drain. You know what I mean? And you kind of do your cost benefit analysis, and you're like, man, like, is it really worth it? You know what I mean? You start second guessing that versus being in a situation where you don't have those complications. So
I don't find a disagreement with that. I think that's fine. Like, if you don't want to be a stepdad, you don't have to be a stepdad. I don't think anybody should be advocating and saying, hey, men, single men, or just go out here and be a stepdad. What I'm saying is, we spend so much time online as men degrading single mothers or saying that her value is related to her womb. And that is very problematic. And I'm really addressing the men that's in the sphere that try to relate it back to biblical principles, because God doesn't look at a single mother or a widow or a woman with kids. He doesn't look at her any less valuable as a woman with kids than a woman that don't. He wants them all. He wants every human. He looks at them all as valuable. He's the kingsman redeemer. He's the God of reconciliation. So he doesn't say that this woman over here is better because she doesn't have because she has a child, or doesn't have a child, and this woman is lesser than because she has a child, and now her value is dropped. Like, we talking about women as if they a market, and we even call it the dating market, like they a piece of meat. And that's the
right, but so and I hear where you're coming from.
But
However, I think in the same market, and I'm not saying, and I know that you kind of talked about how you looked at, sometimes we look at dating as a market, but at the same time though too, and I'm drawing a parallel. When it comes to dating, there's a lot of things that men are looked at in terms of their worthiness to enter a relationship, right? So some men might say, okay, well, a woman's value might be tied to her children. Well, a man's value might be tied to his income, his height, you see what I'm saying? Like all these things that he brings to the table to make a woman's life any better or worse. And so as men, when we don't have those things, we're less marketable. And it's socially acceptable to look at a man and say, hey, you're less valuable because, or you're less of a prospect to me because you're not 6 feet. You don't, you're not making six figures. You don't have all of these things that make you more valuable as a prospect to me. But then when a man says, hey, I don't see this person as being as much of a prospect to me. This woman as much as of a prospect to me because she has these other things that she comes with. You see what I'm saying? So it's not to say that she's not as valuable as a person, but as a prospect, it's just not as much.
So I think preference related to value is the problem. So I'm trying to equate it, because men say that you're less valuable on the market. I can't cap. I haven't heard women say. I've heard women voice their opinion. Some voice their opinion, say they want a 6-figure man, they want a 6-foot man, or he got to have a freaking structural masculine jawline, you know, because that's missing a lot nowadays. Might be some in the food, like no testosterone or something, but you know, a fit face, something that look like they could sit on. I get it. You know, I'm saying preferences. You feel me? Preferences. But
Right.
I haven't heard no woman say that you are less valuable as a man because you don't have something. They have a preference of what they have. Now that's a problem. Now here's the problem, because I'm going to hold both sides accountable in my attempt. If you are a woman saying that a man is less valuable, like he has no value because he broke, not even broke, because he just doesn't have it all together, or he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that, that's a problem. Same smoke goes to the man. If you say that a woman is that her only value is tied into her womb, or that she loses value when her womb is part of the picture, or a child is part of the picture, that's cap. The problem is you have the option to date whoever you want to date. But while we online throwing stones at women that have a child, what makes this woman less valuable in totality as a person, as a spiritual being, however you want to play it? What makes her lose value? How does she lose value? By having a child. That is very degrading, because we're equating women to property. That's the problem.
So I think where this applies most is not necessarily single mothers losing their value, or a mother who has children losing her value as a human being or as a person, as much as it is just them being less. And I'm not saying this is, I don't believe this. You know, the last woman that I dated, she had she had a kid. Cool, it was great. One of the best relationships that I've ever been in. And, you know, of course she had a kid. But I think when it comes to the dating market, when it comes to the dating culture, I think the reality is that, you know, there are complicating factors. There are additional complicating factors that come with, that typically, I'm not going to say in all situations, not all cases, but that typically come with dating a woman with a child. And that's not to say that she loses her value as a human being, but again, when it comes to the dating market, when it comes to her being a prospect for someone who is not interested in dating, is interested in dating, you're going to find that men will look at these things and say, okay, well, there's complicating factors having to do with, you know, what was the divorce like? Is the child's father in his life? Is this dude crazy? Does this person carry? You know what I mean? Who is this? What other complicating factors do I have to deal with dating a woman with a child as opposed to not dating someone with a child? You see what I'm saying?
Again, I'm understanding you, but like the way we even referring to it, and I'm trying to make sense, but the way we even referring to a dating market, a market filled with meat. If this one is spoiled goods because she has a child, this one is spoiled because it is this one. The way we even refer to us men as dating these women, somehow still, no matter how we try to spin it, right? Her value through the men's eyes is coming back to where her body count, her whether she has a child or not. These are things that we're saying makes her lose value. And I'm trying to figure out how is the value equated to her biology. I'm trying to figure that out from a spiritual, from you know, because God don't even look at it that way. If we want to bring God into it, we shouldn't even be referring to her as an object, right? Now, again, preference. You have a preference. You know, like if you're not able to handle being a stepdad, you're not less of a man for not being a stepdad. No, nobody should tell you that you're a weak man because you can't handle. That's stupid. You don't have to. Go ahead.
So, and that's the part where I think it's not that you're. Let me back up real quick. When it comes to stepfathers, they're always applauded for being able to take care of another man's child. And you will always hear those. Doesn't matter if it's on Maury, it doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter what TV show, it doesn't matter what walk of life.
We're applauded by who?
It's by women, typically by women.
Typically by women. not applauded by men.
Correct. I'm not saying I'm generalizing. I'm generalizing. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to a man who's a real man who steps up and says, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to be a stepdad to this child. Yada yada yada, so on and so forth." Right? He's applauded for it. But for a man that walks away from a situation where a woman does have a child and he becomes a stepdad, it's not that he's degraded for it. It's not that he's devalued for it. But he's definitely not applauded.
What do you mean he walks away from a situation and he becomes a step? What do you mean? I'm sorry.
So if a man walks away from a situation, or if a man says, "Hey, you know what? I can't date this person because she's got a child," right?
That's good. That's good. You should never get with her when if you know you can't. Don't even go there. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Like, but don't date her. Don't even try to. Don't try to use her for box. Don't think that this is because that's what Kevin Samuel said. Kevin Samuel said that this woman, a single mother is just free vagina. That because they know that they're smashing. So don't even get in that situation, bro. You gotta ask. Men should ask themselves, "Hey, is this worth it for me?" Right? If you can't do it, just leave her alone. Just leave her alone.
Right. Okay. So flip the script. Let's say this out loud. As a single man, you know what? I could never date a single woman. Cool. I'm sorry. My apologies. I could never date a single woman with child. I could never date a woman with child. That automatically is received in a way that's negative. I promise.
No, it's automatically.
Automatically.
A man. If a man is having conversation amongst men, say, "Hey, man, I can't have no single mother." You can say, "Hey, I can't date no single mother." That's fine, bro. But where does it go from beyond that? It goes from single mothers are this. Then it goes to as black men. We know how this goes. Black single mothers are this. So it goes from, "Hey, I can't, I could never do it. I can't see myself doing it, and I choose not to be a part of it." Cool. But then it always goes into something else worse than that.
Right, but here's what you said, and this is one part that really stuck out. You said having that conversation amongst men. You cannot be in a room full of women and have a conversation, and especially if that room has any single mothers in it, and say, "You know what? I couldn't date a woman with children." Never. You would get torn to bits. I promise you. You would have. You get torn up. And that is the reality. Well, why can't you? There's all these different questions that you have to answer, and you have to justify why you couldn't date a woman with children.
Most of our conversations via the Manosphere and TikTok panels and YouTube panels aren't aimed at having conversations amongst men. It's rage bait. So we have to be honest here. There's no genuine. There's really not a lot of genuine conversations, even with the way that we title videos, the way they make prompts, all of it. There is no having a conversation amongst just men talking to men. Their target to go after is women because women are the blueprint. Women bring in the views. So the best way to get views is to cater or degrade women. Right? If you ever notice those lives with the black gurus, with the fake Kevin Samuels like Stacey Prince, if you ever notice that their target is framed towards something degraded towards women, bringing women in to be curious, like, what is he saying about us? I'll give you an example. Stacey Prince made a video and it was saying, "Are women men's property?" That's dumb. So of course women are going to come in because we are rage baiting the woman to come in. Hey, black women are masculine. Okay, women are going to come in because you have your target audience was to piss black women off, or single mothers are trash. You have rage baited single mothers in the conversation. So of course, and now your views are going to go up, your numbers are going to go up. The conversation is catered towards pissing off women. There is no balance. There's not a lot of balance in even the conversation we're trying to have. There's not a lot of genuine conversations that's being had. We know what's going on. We are selling out our own community for gain.
I'm going to agree with you on that. I think when it comes, because, and these are when it comes to TikTok's algorithm, first off, they respond. How do I explain it? Their algorithm is catered towards what you respond to, not necessarily emotionally, but let's just say there's something that you see on TikTok makes you upset. Okay, cool. That's gonna, it's gonna feed you more of those things, of that content. You tend to, unfortunately, which is kind of ass backwards, you're gonna respond and watch things that make you more upset a little, longer, typically, than things that maybe you actually like to do. And so I get all that. I'm understand. But I think one of the biggest issues that come with even having a preference as a man is that it doesn't matter what your preference is. It doesn't matter if you like a woman with long hair, short hair, or real hair. It doesn't matter what it is. I think when it comes to being a man and then having a preference, the first thing that comes into question is why. Why won't you date this person? Why won't you date this kind of woman? Why won't you date that kind of woman? But at the same time, as men, I think we're constantly being told, well, this is what you should date. This is who you should be dating. This is who you need to open up your preferences to. So, and if you don't, then you're less of a man. So it's not to devalue a woman because she has children or because, because she's. I'm sorry. Let me back up. It's not to devalue a woman as a person because she has children, but it's just to say, like, hey, that might not be my first preference. That might not be my initial preference. And personally, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Just the same as if a woman says, hey, I won't date a man that's bald. Okay, cool, fine. It doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? It shouldn't bother a woman that she's not a man's first choice, no different than it should bother a man. For whatever reason, he's not a woman's first choice. That's all I'm saying.
But again, I agree with everything. There's no disagreements there. But I want us to know that that's not the conversations that's not the conversation that's mostly happening in these spaces. And I'm pretty sure you see that that's not the conversations. You haven't heard any yelling on this live, right?
No, not at all.
Okay, so you see how I'm balanced and I'm having a balance. I'm not cutting you off. I'm not yelling. I'm not throwing black men under the bus. I'm not throwing a single mother under. I'm not doing any of that. I'm having balanced conversation. I'm letting people speak. I'm letting them get it all out. I don't even interrupt. You feel me? That's not what's happening in majority of those conversations where if men are expressing their grievances, right, amongst each other. That's not really how it's happening. We see the conversations happening. If you don't want if you want women with natural hair, right? I've came across lives, right? A lot of them where they say black women need to take off the nails, weave, and bonnets. Okay, cool. Just say you don't like nails, weave, and bonnets. Because I understand. Just say you don't want a woman that wears nails, weave, and bonnets. And then you have a conversation amongst men to say why y'all don't like this. Oh, okay, because I don't know, we prefer a natural look, whatever you think natural is, but it usually we bring our own race into it. Black women wearing nails, weave, and bonnets. Okay, there's a whole natural movement. There's a whole natural movement of black women that's on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? And it's a whole natural movement that's still going on right now, where women are locking their hair, women are doing their hair every day. Black women are teaching black women how to take care of their hair. I just found out something from my black wife. I didn't know that you were supposed to wash your hair. To comb your hair out with oil. I thought you wet this mug up and comb it. All right, but my wife take care of my hair. I didn't know you were supposed to put oil on your hair to comb it out and then wash out the oil because that keeps your hair from falling out. It's a whole black woman on here that's teaching black women, hey, stop putting all that nonsense in your head. It's a whole natural movement of women, but we voice the way that they are voicing their opinions. It's black women need to stop doing this, or black women are mean, or it's rage bait. That's all it is. And then just say, if you want to talk about a masculine woman, say, I don't like a masculine woman. But why does it turn into black women are masculine, or majority of black? It's a overalization of our women. It's throwing them all or collectively under the bus, and we know that they're doing that for views, brother, because they want attention. Everybody wants a platform, but nobody's being responsible with their mouth. Now, again, hold on. Here's the smoke, though. Here's the smoke. Any black woman that is doing that against black men is trash as well. Point blank, period. If you're throwing your own group of men under the bus, if all of us are criminals, cool. I have no problem with a man calling that out. I don't think they should do that, but it's just me. I understand why they get mad because they say, Shannon, you don't hold women accountable. I tend to focus more towards talking to men because I am a man. And if I could correct men on watching their mouth, then black women would have to do their part at telling women to watch their mouth. Because it's a woman's job to correct a woman, a man's job to correct the man, and then we try to come together as men and women and figure this thing out. But if it's so many voices on the panel, we all throwing shots at each other. Oh, black women is y'all never, y'all mean, y'all trash, y'all never listen to it. It's like we can't get nowhere. We can't get nowhere. And see, you got this dude named Raphael saying women don't hold women accountable, but there's literally the women in the church hold women accountable. The church I go to, they always hold the little girls accountable, always hold the women accountable. It's lives where women hold women accountable. They call them, some of y'all women are mean, I'll be honest. They call those type of women pick-me's. So that's another problem we got to just, every woman is not a pick-me. So we got to add balance, and we got to give a little love and a little grace somewhere. So let's stop the cap and act like women don't be holding women accountable, because I've seen on lives where men don't even hold other men accountable, but then they say that they are godly men, but at the same time promoting fornication. That's the problem we living in. My bad. One last thing. The problem I'm having is that I can't hold a man accountable without a man bringing a woman into the conversation. I can't talk about what we saying online as men and how it's problematic without a man trying to bring it back to the woman. However, if a man, and we know this to be true, if a man is online and he dogging women out and always got something to say negative, there is no man that's coming up. Literally, there is no man. There is no man. I'll say it one more time. There is no man that is going up on their panel saying, bro, get your foot off our women's neck. Stop generalizing. And if they did, for the 1 out of freaking 500,000, for the few simps and panders out there that they want to call them, if they did, them fools get dropped in 2 seconds. Look at you trying to save women. Hold on, man. I'm trying to bring balance to the conversation. You done spent 2 hours talking about black women in a harmful way. In a harmful way, just degrading the hair. Everything they do is wrong. But I can't bring the smoke back to us. And then if I'm talking about me, I'm not talking about, if I'm trying to talk to men and bringing up what we do and say, hey, I think that we going about this in the wrong way, we got to bring women into it. So how we ever supposed to get nowhere with everybody want to do the goddamn blame game? If men can't check men, then who else is supposed to check us? Because we know we don't listen to women. We know we don't listen to women.
So there's two things. What you're talking about is deflection, 100%. Well, first off, let me
hold on, Dap. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I gotta use the bathroom. My bad, bro. Hold on. You go ahead and keep talking because I can hear it, but let me do something. Nick, Dapper, you can finish your sentence, and then Honey, you can go next. You've been sitting up here. Well, actually, Dapper, can you let Honey intervene for a second, and then we'll come back to you and go up to Nick.
I was gonna say I'm gonna be back too.
Oh, you said you're gonna be back, Honey?
Yeah, I'm gonna request back.
Oh, you gonna request back? Okay, that's fine. Dapper, go ahead. Somebody, whoever on mod, do this. Do your thing.
I'm on my duties. I got you.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
Do your thing.
Go ahead, Dapper. I can still hear you.
No, I was gonna say I think it becomes problematic when you start bashing women as men. There's a difference between having preferences and who you date as a man. If I say as a man, I won't date X, Y, and Z. That's just my preference. It becomes difficult to draw the line between when someone asks you why and the interpretation of that answer as being interpreted as bashing. And to be honest, a lot of times I don't like to get into it because, unfortunately, hurt dogs holler. You know what I mean? And so when you put yourself in a situation where you feel like you have to justify your dating preferences, you automatically put yourself in a situation where now well, my dating preference is this. Okay, well, why is that? And then once you have to start kind of justifying it and someone fits that category, it's open season on you. You've already put a target on your back. For me, a lot of times if I'm in a situation where I have to justify like why someone isn't somebody that I would be interested in, and they follow up, well, why is that? Why is that? Well, I don't want to talk about that. I don't think that's up for discussion. For the most part, she's just not my type. She's not somebody I find interested that I'd be interested in. And I'll leave it at that. Because sometimes the moment that you say, hey, well, this is why, it automatically becomes, well, now you're bashing. I'm not bashing, but you see what I'm saying? So it puts you in a space to where now you have to defend the reason why you're not interested in somebody. It's just a conversation I don't like having.
Well, why are we so open about saying what we... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to I'm respectful to the brother, because the brother being very respectful, and I appreciate everything you're saying. I just want to know why we so quick to get online and talk about what we don't like, whether it's woman or man. We can talk about both. Whether it's woman or man, why do we spend so much time talking about what we don't like, but we never have panels talking about what we do like? You ever notice that? It's majority, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. If you don't like Xbox, don't play Xbox. If you don't like black women, don't date black women. Like, if you don't like white women, don't date white women. If you don't like single moms, hey, don't date single moms, right? But it's a difference between I'm trying to address a cultural problem, if we want to spin it as that, or a fatherhood problem or motherhood problem. If we can have balanced conversations about, hey, the dynamics of whether we believe in a nuclear family or whether we believe in being a communal people, we can have those balanced conversations and be respectful. We've done it before. But why are we online talking about what we don't like so much, bro? Go after what you like. And that's why I tell black women and black men, I tell them both. If you can't find love in your community or you feel like it's that bad, it's okay. I promise you it's okay. Hey, try dating out somewhere else. Go where you are appreciated. Go where you are loved. But at the same time, when you decide to leave, just shut up. That's all I'm asking. Just shut up. Go. You can go make a mixed family, still a black family. Love that woman like you would, lay down your life for all that. If you can't find love in your community, divest, not divest, but I can say that too. Divest or, reinvest in somebody else, some other community. Go where you appreciate it, brother. Find what you want and live your best life with with the other races of people. It's okay. We don't have to spend on time all day, every day talking about what we don't like. How about we bring up the type of, we think about it, but we don't even bring up the type of women on the panels that we do like. We don't ever bring up an honorable woman, right? They would be like, oh, this is a good example of the type of what we don't do that. But one thing we will do is have a freaking woman in the background or whatever and talk about what we don't like so much. I've never seen this a day in my life. In high school, it didn't exist. In middle school, it didn't exist. And I don't mean to hurt nobody's ego. When we heard men back in the day talking so much about women, we used to call them BANs, meaning snitch, ban, ninjas. Okay, you gotta sound that out and sound like bench, grass, ninjas, because you're spending online majority of the time talking about what you don't like, or you always got something to say against women, and it's like, God, dog, this is a punk. Not to call them punks, but I'm just saying, as brothers, we spend online talking about what we don't like so much. Bro, talk about what you do like. How the heck, like, if a woman come across your page, how is she even supposed to know what type of man you are? You don't even talk about what you like. Not you, Dapper. Not you, Dapper. Okay. I'm just saying the men. Not you. This ain't aimed towards you. This aimed towards the men that be doing that. But it is perfectly okay for men to have a safe space to talk about the things that hurt them, bro. It's fine. But we know that that's not what's happening, because we see it in real time that we're trying to make an example, that the men are trying to make an example, the majority, the loudest men, you know, the majority of men in that sphere are trying to make an example out of the woman, and we're doing this for money. We have become, I don't want to say that, we have become an overseer, a lot of us, to pimp out our community because it's bringing in views, it's bringing in money, and it's going to change our lifestyle. And honestly, if that is what we're doing, then it's probably best that we don't try to work things out with each other, because now money's involved and we're sellouts. Whether it be the black woman too on the other side. I'm before somebody says, "Oh, you ain't talking about the," I hate when they do that. If it's a black woman if some black woman that's doing that, forget them too, bro. Just to be balanced, and you know, for the men that's gonna get mad, you always talking about, I ain't got time for that. So for the woman that's doing that too, even shame on her. The point is, we always talking about what we don't like. Maybe we should start talking about what we do like.
So,
And then you never know. Some women might like you and might try to change themselves for you.
So here's the thing, man. I love that as a concept.
Mhm.
But then I love it as the concept sounds amazing, right? Sounds like the best.
But
I said the concept.
No. I'm saying, but
There's always a but, man. There's always. But there's no such thing as relative deprivation, straight up, right?
Wait, what'd you say? What was the word?
I said relative deprivation.
Okay,
right?
all right.
So for instance, if you say, okay, you know what, I want a woman, and I'm just using this as an example. Nobody beat me up because I'm sure I'm probably getting the crap kicked out of me right now in the comment section.
Okay.
If I say, okay, well, you know, I want a woman who's thin. I want a woman who works out. I want a woman who's got a real head, right? I want a woman who, like, X, Y, and Z. It doesn't matter, right? So now you're saying that you're talking about things that you do want, which automatically, even if a woman who doesn't fit that category, doesn't like for instance, like you say, okay, well, a woman who's fit, well, a bigger woman might take offense to that. Well, why don't you like big women? I want a woman who is kid free. Well, you see what I'm saying? So it's
if a woman comes into a room, right, and you're talking about what you do like, and she start asking you dumb questions, block her, move on, because at that point you're trying to be mad about something. Yeah, I mean, you're trying at that point. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If she takes offense with you talking about what you like, right, and then she start asking, what, like, bro, move on. Like, the point blank period. I don't know how else to answer that question. Is you always
as a bigger woman who doesn't necessarily go to the gym or anything like that, I'm not offended by you liking that. What I take offense to is when you go out of your way to say, hey, I can't stand women that are not fit, that don't go to the gym. That, like, just like Shannon said, like leave the women that you don't like out of your vocabulary. Like, leave us alone. Like, I don't give a damn that you want fit, feminine, friendly women. I don't care. Like, go ahead and find those women. More power to you. I wish y'all the best. I would send y'all a wedding gift. Like, seriously, like, leave the rest of us alone. The women that don't fit your type, leave us alone. Why do you constantly focus on us? That's the problem at hand. Because I don't go out of my way to disrespect men that aren't my type. I don't go out of my way to talk about men that aren't my type. I don't do that. There's no reason to do that. Why do you men feel the need to talk about women that aren't your type? Like, leave us alone. Like, it's serious. It's seriously that simple. We wish the best for all of us. Like, I hope you find that fit, feminine, friendly woman that, you know, satisfies her every need. Why are you thinking about the unhealthy woman that's overweight, that doesn't work out? Why are you thinking about her when you're searching for your woman? I just don't get it. It don't make no sense. And oh my God, Mooney, you and your beautiful hair, sis. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Gorgeous. But anyways, I'll land there.
So, and I can appreciate that. And I think that approach to just understanding that everything is not for everybody. Like, that's a balanced approach. You know what I mean? And but that, unfortunately, I don't think that a lot of people have that level of maturity. I know I know there's a lot of females that I'll talk to right now where they're like, hey, you know what? I can't talk to you because X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't take offense to it. Or they'll say, hey, I like a man with hair. Well, okay, cool. That doesn't bother me. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Your preferences do not bother me. But I think for some people, they do not have the maturity to understand that just because somebody says that you're not their preference or you're not their type doesn't take away your value as a human being, as a person. It might take away your your opportunity to be with that person. But that's no strike against you. And I think that's where, and that's one of the reasons why I think so many people have an issue with not fitting someone else's preference, because they'll interpret that response, or they interpret that the perspective as it's a shot at them, it's a dig on them. It's not. But this is what I like. You don't ask me why I don't like whatever it is that you're met with.
Yeah, I get that. I'm about to let Mooney speak, but the one thing I want to say is, like, if we have not tried this approach in totality though yet, and we have to be honest. We have not got online and said, as men, I can only speak to me. I don't feel like holding no woman accountable. Please leave me the hell alone. I'm talking to men. I've been talking to men all goddamn day. If you don't like it, too bad. Get on somewhere. But if men that's in the space, right, they have not really tried the approach of getting online and talking about what they appreciate in a woman, or what they like about women, or what they looking for in a woman. They haven't had those circles, bro. Every live, and I can say every live, majority of it, we know that our tactics is to make an example out of women and frame it as black women this. You leave out of here, I guarantee when you scroll up, you're gonna say black women are boom. Black women are boom. But it's not, I like this about black women. How many appreciation lives have you seen from black men? That's a question. That's it. Y'all gotta answer. Zero. You don't gotta exactly. You don't even gotta try. Don't try to figure it out. Don't try to add a number. Nigga, zero. Oh, zero. Okay, I did one before. Navi has did one before. Rick the Ruler stay appreciating black women on his panel. Public defends women, so I'm going to say that is a form of appreciation. I don't know if he has held an appreciation live towards women, but I know that he does do the work and call out misogyny and patriarchy, right? So shout out to Public. I don't know if he did titled a live appreciation live before. I'm just being honest. But I've seen a few, but out of the rest of the panels, bro, zero. And you even said it. So your personal experience, zero. I'm gonna let Mooney cook real quick. How you doing?
Hey, friend. No, I'm still collecting my thoughts. But I'm kind of with what everybody else is saying, darling. I understand the concept. And Nisi said it really nicely as well. There's certain people that you're into and that you're not into. If I'm not into you, that's fine. But what I'm not going to do is punish men that aren't into what I'm into and be like, but you should be like this, because who am I? It's weird. Also, now the one time that I will pay attention, right? Because hypothetically, right? And I don't like hypotheticals, but let's say hypothetically I meet a man who checks all of my boxes, like wonderful, independent, self-secure, has his ego in check, emotional intelligence, but his preferences are rooted in isms. That's a problem for me, friend. I'm very well aware of what I look like. But if I meet a man who checks all my boxes, but he doesn't date darker skinned black women, that's an ism, right? Or if I date, a man that says, I need real hair, that's texturism, right? And if you really want to go down, the route of those conversations, it usually is rooted in anti-blackness, because you don't say that to white women, and you rarely say that to like light-skinned black women or biracial. people, right? So that would be an ism for me. But in terms of like the general concept, you know, there's a lot of men that I choose not to mess with. But if you aren't on the same page, you know, I mean, a clear example would be like a man that wants a trad wife, right? Trad being like traditional. That's not me. So I would choose to go separate ways. Oh, no, you and mine. But you know, I would choose to go separate ways. But what I find is for men, sometimes it's not enough to go separate ways. They will say that this is what I prefer. And instead of just going for who they prefer, right, providing it's outside of an ism, they will criticize people that aren't that, right? Like, I like women that go to the gym. And so women that don't go to the gym, I'm going to tell them that they're wrong for not going to the gym. That's strange to me. It's giving fragile ego. It's giving entitlement, right? That you are entitled to all these types of women, and women that don't do the things that I like are somehow wrong. That's very strange to me. It's giving childlike behavior. It's giving ego entitlement. It's giving, you know, lack of emotional regulation. You know, if you're into what you're into, then go for that. But oftentimes, and again, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Your dog's holler. So if I'm not talking about you, please don't give me a comeback, because I don't defend people that aren't talking about me. But that's just me, right? Emotional regulation. But what we find, you know, and Controversial brought it up earlier, you know, when we have, especially with several men, not all, but many men, they have these safe spaces, right, for men to talk about things that bother them the same way that palm color people. And I want to make something really clear, and then I'll land my plane. We tend to understand this as Black people when palm colored people have this, but all of a sudden when it comes to genders, we're really confused, right? But we, you know, you have these conversations about like hurts and harms and things that have gone on with Black men, you know, at the hands of women, right? But it never stays there. It always turns into something really toxic and really weird, and really demeaning. And then it usually goes down the rabbit hole of isms. Just like, you know, white people, when they want to talk about their grievances, it never stays there. It always ends up being either racist or anti-Black. Like, it just never stays there, right? Which is really strange to me, but pretty common. So if you're not into something, then don't fuck with it. I'm 40 years old. If I don't like it, I don't fuck with it. But you know what I'm not going to spend my energy on is finding people that I'm not interested in being with and trying to convince them to be somebody that I would be with. Because what does that mean? It's strange. Now, this is where I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I think that, in my opinion, right, I'm going to contradict myself a little bit. I don't think that men really have the emotional regulation to keep those conversations there. I think that men are very concerned with what other men are saying. So you might even be a good man that isn't really interested in convincing other women, you know, to be with them. But if you hear 3 other men saying otherwise, you tend to go with the show, right? Because you guys tend to be more concerned about what other dudes say than what other women say 6 out of 7 days of the week. I think that you guys need to build up your self-confidence. I think you guys need to shore up your egos so that they're not so fragile. And that's what I see. Because the only reason why, in my opinion, at least, that men will go with other men, let me rephrase that. Men tend to go with other men against their own personal beliefs because men are more concerned with what other men are saying. If you want to just do that, then go be with men, right? But then at the same time, it's crazy to me because then you complain because women are too masculine. Make it make sense. Y'all need to get it together. You really do. And again, let me make something clear. I said what I said when I said what I said, but if it does not apply, let it fly. And hit dogs go holler. And I have a funny feeling that hit dogs is about to fucking holler. That's it. That's all, friend. I'm gonna mute.
Miss Jean Gray. Yeah, Miss Jean Gray. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, you know, I just wanted to comment about the preferences are perfectly fine. I think that people often think that we're more offended than we really are. But to me, the big issue is typically when people talk about their preferences, and I'm doing finger quotes, they're like slapping a deficiency on a group of people, right? It's you know how earlier we talked about that butt, like it's always a butt. It's like, oh, I prefer Black women. Well, it's not a but. Sorry, it's because I prefer Black women. I prefer white women because Black women are this. I prefer, skinny women because nobody wants a blah blah blah. There's always some type of degradation to the people that you aren't attracted to, and that's offensive. Like saying what you like is not offensive. It's the need to always slap some type of deficiency on other people and pit other people against each other. I think that's really what the major issue is. And if you don't see a difference in how that's framed, then you need to really look within yourself and realize that you have a problem. That's it for me.
It's projection, friend, and I'm gonna mute. It's projection, friend, right? For every action, there's an opposite reaction. You like skinny chicks because you don't think you could handle a thick one. You like white women because Black women probably hold you more accountable, right? Or you like a certain type of woman because she allows you to be who you are with the least amount of adjustment to being mature, right? Nobody just chooses somebody, right? They choose people that tend to allow them to be the same, right? You like skinny chicks because you're not confident in your game enough to handle a thick one. You like white women because Black women tend to hold you the most accountable and it requires the most work. Most people, and this is human nature, most people choose something, whether it's your job, your circumstance, whatever. Most people choose something that allows them to remain who they are with the least amount of resistance while maintaining the quality of life that they already have, right? Let me say that again. Most people will choose something that allows them to be who they are with the least amount of resistance, right? Which allows them to continue to be who they are, right? Skinny chicks. I don't have to step up my game. I don't have to get through them cheeks. White women. I don't have to be held accountable. I can be myself and say what I want to say without, with the least resistance. It's mediocrity. It is the fight for mediocrity with achievements, with the rewards of achievements, if that makes sense to people. And me personally, I have no time for it. Why would I? Look at me.
Hold on, Dapper. Hold on. I got a guess on you, so I'm trying to see what they.
No, seriously, look at her. Like the settling is what they're doing.
Hold on. Yes, Mr. Village or Miss Village.
Yes, hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, Shannon?
I'm doing fine.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I've been following you for the last week or two now, and I just think the topics at hand are so important, and we are really learning and just being able to kind of get to the root problem of what all the confusion and confrontation is, and why it is,
Mm. I'm trying my best, but go ahead.
You're doing amazing, and I hope everyone who's watching, everyone who tunes in to you today, tomorrow, can just remain focused, right? Because there is an issue. There are issues or problems, and the best thing we can do is just talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much we can talk on. I'm on the StreamYard.com, so I can't go to your channel right now and just kind of speak on the different topics that you've already spoke on, but yeah, gosh, I feel I guess my only thing I would definitely want to speak on is just it's so confusing in 2024 right now. Today is the 21st of October. It's so confusing right now because we have all these African Americans and Black Africans. We're like, well, what are we really trying to speak on? What is the issue? What is the main root problem? And I'm just like, man, if we could have gone home 200 or 100 years ago, back to family, rather that's African family, rather that's Spanish family, or rather that's just indigenous family. Wherever family it is, we had to remain focused. And I just feel like none of us, not enough of us, remain focused on the fact that we are still traumatized. We're still going through a lot of pain. We're suffering in different ways, whether it's just not enough money, or rather it's emotionally, like not being connected to family, not being connected to community. I'm like, man, if we could just went home back then, when everything was legal, when we were legalized in this American continent, because American continent, white people are not our friends by no means. They are not our friends.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
And I honestly, I'm 23 years old. I'm a young Black woman now. This matters because what I'm about to say matters. I'm mixed. When I say I'm mixed, I mean both of my parents are mixed Black people. So I have many different perspectives, and I have just many things in line with my own blood that I can speak on. But as a predominantly Black woman, I have experienced so much with my own family, of being of Black Americans. And I'm like, the problem is we don't have real unity. And by that, I mean, we don't have any real, family. Like everyone's just distracted, in my opinion. Money, American white dollars. And it's really just the money, like it's really just the money. Everybody's like, I want more money, I want this, but I feel like we're not saying what we should. We're just like, we want each other. We want that security that communities offer, right? Um, and given that I am 23, I can definitely understand the old generation's frustration as well. My own family, no, I can't give you not one solid story of like Black love, right? Black love.
Wow.
I can't give you one.
Not one? You can't give me
I
one?
I mean, it's so intricate, Shannon. I could go in detail and I don't want to take up too much time. But when I say it's so intricate, like I feel like one thing Black women, especially in America, don't realize is that they give so many excuses to the Black man when it comes to affairs. So, for example, I have a couple aunts. They've had affairs with their
No.
husbands. No, not them, but the husband has had an
Let
affair
me
with
let her
them.
finish.
And one thing I feel like Black American women do a lot is take in the kind of just they take in the child of that affair, the product of an affair, right? Black women in my family, they raise that child of an affair. They use religion, and I know you're religious. I'm personally not religious, um, and that's just for my own reasons. I don't want to get into detail with that, but I would just say that they say, God said this is okay and this is okay. But when I look at them, I'm like, you're not okay. You're really not okay. And I'm speaking on Black women taking on the child of that affair. When I completely speak on Black love. So Black women in my family, their mans cheat, and they could be married for 5-10 years. Their mans cheat, they have a baby or they don't have a baby, but usually they have a baby. The Black woman is like, yeah, I'll raise that child, I'll take it in. And years down the road, they have so many more problems to deal with. They're dealing with so many problems. I hope this music's not loud in the back. Sorry, I'm in a public
You're fine.
area. But yeah, and that's just one aspect when it comes to
So,
Black love.
but in your family, the men would cheat and the women would take care of the child
Yeah,
with
take care of the
no
child.
questions asked.
I mean, not really. Like straight when you involve religion, they're like, yeah, forgiveness
And
is key, right?
you disagree with that, right?
I completely disagree with that
Okay.
because from my own experience, it always causes more problems in the long run. Long term, it causes more problems. That child already either knows that they aren't technically bloodline and part of the family, or they just don't feel like it for their own reasons. It's always caused more problems. I don't have a good story to when it comes to the ending of like these choices made. So on my end, my family, that child usually becomes a problem child, or they just causes more problems and confusion in the bloodline because they just don't feel like they're part of the family, you know.
Okay, that's a very sad situation. So this happens a lot in your family, and they just take care. Well, man, I'm sorry to hear that. We're gonna keep addressing the topics. We're gonna try to make it better, but like, we're gonna try to have intelligent conversations addressing the problems. I do not think that your situation is the norm of most Black women. I think you have a very different type of circumstance because the women that I speak to and the women that I know, they that outside baby, comes in effect, then there are some that will work it out, but I think the majority of women, walk away, no questions asked, when it
And I
comes
Yeah.
to the child being involved. What were you
just a tiny point to that.
hold on? What you want? You want to finish, Miss Village?
Yeah, I mean, again, these are I'm overwhelmed, but like I'm
fine.
just speaking on this one topic. That's just my personal experience of when it comes to Black love between the Black man and the Black woman, and my own example, because that's all I can give is my own experience to hope that it can help someone else, or we just kind of talk it out in each other, trying to figure out, like, again, root problem, trying to stick to the root problem. But yes, that one example, the Black women in my family in their marriages, they, unfortunately, yes, most of my aunts, my Black aunts, when the Black man, when their husband cheats on them, because they all have black men and Black women, there's no like interracial marriages, but yeah, when that man cheated, however many times or however long, when they were already originally married, the Black women in my family, they said, "Hey, we're going to go to church," and I'm literally telling you what happened. We're going to church. We're going to ask
It's
God to do
harmful.
this
By the
and
way,
God to
this
do
is
that.
harmful.
And that's all fine, but like in the end conclusion, it's like that child still doesn't feel like they belong. They don't feel loved enough, no matter how much that mom can make them feel. And that's just one aspect. When the Black man cheat, yeah, they took in the child, and I'm just like, man, like, that's
Well, that's I mean,
This is harmful.
that's a strong woman, but I mean,
biracial bullshit.
I appreciate the I appreciate that, man. I'm because that's a lot to take in. I'm sorry that that's your example of Black love, but I that's not love, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you won't
right.
be accepting any cheating and children. Yeah, but I appreciate you for joining. I'm gonna let the panel on TikTok talk.
Okay, great. And thanks
Listen,
again,
as the
Shannon.
CEO of the Biracial
Really are
Coalition,
amazing.
this is some biracial bullshit.
Thank you for coming up.
This is
Yeah.
some I'm too Black for the white people and too white for the. This is some biracial bullshit. As the CEO of the Biracial Coalition, I'm not doing it.
What happened?
It's giving white mom energy. Like, the problem is there are things that she has not unpacked. Right? It's biracial bullshit. Look at me. I'm the authority on this. Right? It's white mom energy. This is the things that we are all told. And I don't want to make it about biracial people, because we tend to center ourselves because we can't help it, especially those of us that have white moms. This is what she's been told. I was told from a young age that Black men don't take care of their children. I was told that I'm too white for the Black people. I'm too Black for the white people. Like, what is that? She identified as mixed. That's not a race. I'm mixed, but I'm primarily Black. What does that mean? You have a white mother that laid with a Black man, that didn't prepare you what it's like to be Black, and thought that her child who was biracial would give her proximity and put her projections upon you. Like, we don't have time for this. People that look like me and people that identify for her, like her, cause a lot of fucking harm, and that's what that was. She repeated everything that I was told growing up. The difference between me and her is that I actually unpacked. She didn't. Her situation is not unusual. It's not creative. It's not new. It's like first grade material. And it is giving a biracial person who's really confused and is projecting and continuing on racial stereotypes, right? That she was told by her white family. That's why, everybody in her family has the same thing. Really? We have no time for it. We have no time for it. People like her and me are harmful to the community if we go unchecked. This is unchecked shit. Nobody has time for it. She is not oppressed. It is not a struggle the same way. It is not a part of this particular conversation that we are having. And her own issues she can have in her own space. But she is not equipped, nor has the scope, nor has done the unpacking to participate in the conversation that we are having right now. I said what I said. Die mad. That's it. That's all.
Oh, two things, and I hear. I wasn't sure who was speaking, but
So I'm on YouTube right now. It was a guest that came up. But go ahead.
I can't. I don't know who was speaking before. I couldn't see the person who was talking about some of the concerns that she had with. I think she said not seeing a. Was it Black love, something like that?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Hit Texas. That's all I can say. You hit Dallas Fort Worth Airport. You hit, Atlanta. Oh my goodness! I'll tell you right now. I've never seen, and this is just me. Me personally. I live in California, so it looks a little different out here than it does. At least from where I've been in the South, it looks way different. There's a very specific emphasis on collectivism out there, and I don't think that culture has subsided in the South as much as it has been, on the West Coast. And I can't say that I've been everywhere in the United States, but I can tell you, as I visited the South, like Black love is alive and well out there. Just hit that airport. So I will speak to that, and just in my own personal experience.
Y'all can see who's the author of Grace, and we can see who's not. Mooney has the smoke. I try to let people talk.
And I'm sorry, I have to say it.
Yeah.
Like, I understand that the mixed experience is a Black experience, but it is not an excuse to be anti-Black.
Yeah.
She is repeating the same things that white moms, light-skinned, biracial people are taught. We perpetuate anti-Blackness at a higher rate than anyone else. It is interracial anti-Blackness. She is repeating the same thing. She is repeating the same thing that so many of us are told. I am not, look at me.
Slow down for a second, because most of us didn't hear what she said.
Hold on. Let her finish her point.
I'm saying.
Not only did I
Her
hear
mic
what
wasn't
she-
working. We
not
couldn't hear.
only did I hear what she said, I live it.
Let her finish.
No. Before she goes, though.
Let her finish.
Just listen to my question. I got a
Not
question.
only did I hear what she said, I lived what she
You know
said.
what I'm saying? A lot of other people didn't hear.
It behooves you to listen to me because I'm not concerned because you can't relate. What I am saying is her experience, right? Her experience is a Black experience because the Black experience is not.
Man, what I'm saying is her mic was static. It wasn't just me, but there was a lot of people in the chat who couldn't hear what she was saying, and we'd like you to repeat what she was saying. That was problematic.
But I heard it, and we can't repeat it because she's
No,
not here. So what I was saying, I'm going to continue on, right? Emotional regulation. Her experience as a biracial person, right? And you can always tell when they say I'm mixed because mixed is not a race. Let's make that clear, right? Her experience, right, is a Black experience because the Black experience is not a monolith. But oftentimes biracial children, especially with white mom energy, right? Although the experience is valid, it is not an excuse to practice anti-Blackness. She is repeating the same rhetoric that many biracial children, especially those that are light-skinned, because make no mistake, you can have monoracially Black people that look like me too. But I'm speaking specifically to the biracial people.
But ma'am, nobody knows what she said, though.
Well, I did. You should have listened.
But it would be nice if you could explain it to us so to give us better context of what you're saying.
What? Okay, let me make it really clear.
Let her finish.
Let me make it clear for you. What she was explaining was anti-Black behavior, right? In terms of she is mixed and has never seen Black love. She has never seen Black people get along in a way that is healthy, right? And her identifying as a mixed person, right, which is giving white mom energy, she is repeating the same things that many biracial people with white mothers, right, repeat, which is practicing anti-Blackness and very harmful to the community because colorism is a thing, right? And so what I am saying is, somebody like her has not done the work to unpack and does not have the scope for these type of conversations. As a matter of fact, I would argue that somebody like her has the potential to do more harm to our community interracially, right? Than anybody else who is Black within our community. It is practicing anti-Blackness because having a biracial experience, especially as a Black biracial experience, is a valid experience because the Black experience is not a monolith, but having a biracial experience does not take you out, right? Or does not negate, or does not mean that you cannot practice anti-Blackness. If you don't understand that, then good. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone.
I would like to, I have to expound on that because for the simple fact as I'm Black, I'm not biracial, and I'm not I'm a phenotype Black woman. I look Black. And just from my experience, one thing to add on what your point is, Mooney, is that a lot of times people will insert themselves outside of the community into our community and make it seem like, oh, we're better than, like, I've had women come up to me, oh, Black men don't like Black women. I've had non-Black women come up to me and be like, oh, Black men don't like Black women. I'm like, okay. Like, what am I supposed to do with this information? Like, why are you saying this to me? It's because they want to have this kind of hierarchy and of how they're better than, you know, Black people. And it doesn't escape biracial people either. Like, biracial Black women, it's the same thing. Like, the anti-Blackness it goes deep. It goes very, very deep. And the fact that I have, exactly, it's colorism, but it's also the fact that, why do you think that there are people that are outside of the Black community that feel like they can come into our community and tell us that we are not worthy of our own community? That's weird.
Well, let me do this, because people in the comments are talking about this is way off topic. Let me tie this into the topic, because I don't think people understand how pervasive colorism is in the community. Most Black men are more willing to be a stepdad.
Everybody understands colorism, man. Come on.
But
All Black people understand colorism.
But I'm tying it into the topic.
Okay, but you're trying to talk down on Black people like, you know, Blackness more than me. More than us. Like, we're stupid. We're not stupid.
Nisi, I got it. If you feel like I'm talking down on people, that's not my business, right? So let me tie it back to the topic, since people are like, this is off topic. Since we're talking about don't be a stepdad, men say, Black men are more likely to be a stepdad to a light-skinned Black woman or a white woman than they ever would a darker-skinned Black woman. But we're not ready for that conversation, are we? Probably not. So let me say it again. Black men and men in general, but specifically for Black men, are more likely to be a stepdad to a lighter skinned or socially acceptable Black woman, which translates into lighter skinned Black women and white women, than they ever would be for a dark skinned Black woman. Tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not.
That's true. I would say that's true.
You're absolutely right.
So let me tie it back in, since y'all want to be like, this isn't the topic. Colorism always ties into the topic for Black people. You are more, if I had 2 kids, you are more likely to be a stepdaddy to my children than a woman that is 7 shades darker than me. And that's a fucking fact. You are more likely to fuck somebody that is my color than is darker than me. We talking about kids too? How does that not translate to you? Like, let's use our brains here, people. Come on. Like, you are more likely to be a stepdad to a lighter skinned or white woman, right, than you ever would a darker skinned woman. But y'all don't want to talk about that, do you? Is it too tough? Is it too personal?
Wait, y'all, hold on, time out.
Hit dogs gonna holler, and they about to holler.
Hold on, wait, time out.
3, 2, 1.
Wait, hold on.
Yes, absolutely right.
Hold on.
You can take it deeper if you want to go beyond.
No.
She wants to be so bad.
No, we good. Hold on. I wanted to play
You trying real hard, and it's not gonna work.
Wait, time out. I wanted to play a clip. Hold on. Because Mooney had brought up something earlier. She said about men that feel too afraid. I want y'all to listen to this clip by Corey Holcomb.
Don't do it to him.
I gotta do it.
Y'all, you want to go there?
I gotta do it, bro. Because this is
You
fun.
gonna do it, Shannon?
Let's go to this clip by Corey. But look what he said. This is so stupid. It's so I never heard this before. Oh, let me turn up the let me unmute the mic. I never heard this before. This is crazy.
Women in poverty, I can control them better. A girl who can't afford to say, I'm gone. She just can't afford to do it. So I take advantage of that. Now, that might be wrong, but her poverty and my needs, most of the time, it even out. I don't really need a lot of their time. And they don't tell me to, because they know when I come over, they children can get some.
Hold up. God damn.
Some outlet Jordans.
Outlet Gucci.
Yeah.
Outlet Gucci. But how you speak of women right? Where you want control. Is there
No, I
ever
don't want control that is taken by force. I want control because I'm the one who is the leader of the pack, naturally.
So could you see yourself in a situation where a woman makes as much as you or more than you?
I like women who make money, just I can't do nothing with you other than sleep with you. If you could take care of yourself, you're going to think you could talk to me. I don't like you talking to me a lot. I know you got your own money and all like that. So if you want to, we can hook up, hang out, do that for a minute. But I'm saying girls in poverty, because they have a deficiency. Poverty is a deficiency out here in America. I can fix your little deficiency if you do what I want you to do. I think it's an even exchange.
Yeah, but do you see how that comes off as?
No. How does it come off? It's this. Look, we're exchanging services.
Okay, but that's not prostitution.
It's all what's not prostitution? The only woman who not prostitution is a woman that's married to their husband. Everything else.
Yo, wow, that is crazy. That is nasty work. That is nasty work. The only woman that's not prostituting is a woman that is married to her kids. Other than that, you are a HOE.
I don't know, Shannon. This will be the only time, and you know me, I don't defend men very often. But you know, I'm single. I date men, a lot of them, because I like my options. I rarely, in real life, right, outside of the podcasts, outside of TikTok, I rarely meet men that actually think that way. Maybe it's because I choose to deal with grown-ass men, right? Because that's what I attract. But have I dealt with men like that? Yes, but it is not often, at least in my experience, that I have dealt with men like that. Most men that I deal with don't want a broke woman. They don't, and I would even say it tips in the opposite direction. Sometimes they want too much of a woman. They want her to have all of these things and be completely independent, right? And that's been my struggle, is they're asking for me to do too much, right? They don't, you know. So I'll be honest, to be fair, does that exist? Yes. Is it the norm in real life? Because I only date Black men. Most Black men don't want broke women. In my personal experience, as someone who is single and actively dating, and my roster is like 20 dudes right now, easy, because you guys are easy. My experience is they do not want me to struggle. They're not looking for, maybe that's the pool that I am in, but they don't want broke women. That's just a very specific type of man. I hesitate, as much as I am a feminist and don't really mess with dudes. Again, this will be the only time I really defend them. That has not been my particular experience. And that could be because colorism, right? It might be easier for me. I don't know. But my experience with men has been that most men that I date, if I made less money than I made, or if I was struggling, or if I didn't have my own place, or if I didn't handle my own stuff, they would not give me the time of day.
I think it's because most of them don't make enough money to control you with. That's why he has this mindset, because he has enough money to actually be able to use it to control.
I'm not debating that. I think that's the type of man that he is. But am I going to say that that is indicative of most men out there? No. Most men that I deal with are grown-ass men that don't think this way. Maybe that's because I'm selective. Maybe because I have the privilege of being that selective. But this is not necessarily my experience. Have I met men like this? Yes. But would I paint most Black men that I deal with would never deal with a woman that is broken, poor, and can't, like, they wouldn't deal with me if I didn't have the type of means that I do. But that could also be, to be fair, that could also be because I'm very selective of who I deal with, because I'm privileged.
I do think that most men are
just really quickly, because I honestly think in that interview with Corey Holcomb, and that a lot of the women that he deals with, he feels like these women that he deals with you should be grateful because, I don't think it's like, money in your case, you're a successful woman. They're looking to take advantage of disadvantaged women. That's what he was referring to. He's trying to take advantage of women that may not have that type of income or women that are living in poverty. He literally said, I like to be with women in poverty because they can't leave me and they have no means of an out because I'm going to be paying for things. They take advantage of women in these situations because, like, where else are you gonna go? And then I feel like a lot of the times, if we're gonna, like, you can, it doesn't matter about the color preferences or anything like that because anybody can be in this situation, to be honest. But they take advantage of these women because they feel like they have no means out, which is why men are mad that women have means out. When they have education and they get high paying jobs, this is why they don't like women like that. They don't like women like that because they want to be able to take advantage of you. They want to be able to mistreat you, and you feel like you have no out of being mistreated by them. That's what Corey Wilkins is talking about. He wants to be able to take advantage of a woman.
Right, correct. And I'm not debating that, but I think he's a bum, right? And I think
He is.
He's an absolute bum, and he is going for his level, right? Like he is meeting women that can match his
It's
level.
not even his level. It's not his level. He's just he's a manipulative person. Period.
Right.
He's a manipulative man.
Call it what you want, right? And I'm not, I'm with you. We're on the same page. Call it whatever you like to call it, right? He is looking for something that can accommodate his life, right? Which is on him. And I would never fuck with somebody like that. It's not my problem. Now, do I think he's a problem, right? But he is looking for something that fits where he's at, the kids' table, right? The kids' table. He's a bum, right? Now, as far as my experience, I've met bums. They're out there. They are out there. But am I going to say that most men think this way? In my experience, no. I would argue that sometimes men ask too much of women, right? As much as they want us to be feminine, they also want us to act like men. Most men that I deal with won't deal with women that are poor or struggling, right? And I don't want to say poor because in today's economy, anyone that understands economics, poor is subjective, right? Most men that I deal with don't want to deal with women that are, quote, struggling or need these things. He does because he's that type of man. When I say hit dog fault, you're right. He's going to be the loudest one hollering, but I won't hit most men.
Hold on. Lisa,
You're right in that sense, and I would say with you.
Lisa, hold on. So this dude been trying to get in for a minute. Rambo.
Yeah.
Rambo, you've been trying to hop in for a second. Go ahead.
Love you.
Thank you. It just kind of brings me back to what I was saying earlier. That our biggest problem as a tribe of people is that we're not serious about family structure. Like, we're just not the marrying tribe. We're not a tribe that has a culture of loving and long-lasting marriages. And so many of us, if not most of us, are kind of avoiding loving and long-lasting marriages. For a lot of us, a broken family is the goal, whether it's the subconscious that's driving that, or some of us just, say, nah, man, I'd rather just be single and play the field and I can have some kids on the side. Why would I get married? Right? It's just going to slow me down. So that's part of it. And for us, I would say that's not our fault. That's not my fault. That's not your fault. This is a culture that we inherited. And as much as it's not our fault that we inherited this culture, it is our responsibility to change it. And so, like Corey Holcomb, he's just talking like a scumbag. Friday the comedian, he always talks like a scumbag. He's telling jokes. And so I know you guys are discussing this, and he's an avatar for dysfunctional men, but we got to be careful that we understand that he's saying these foul things to get ratings, for money, to make you laugh, as entertainment. And we don't want to be building, we don't want to have anything to do with him when it comes to building our own family structure. I would say that's very dangerous to do. And so when I look at this and I just go, in the community, like, we need to have far more conversations about building loving marriages. Because, you get it as a community to a certain extent, but ultimately you date as an individual. So don't let peer pressure get to you. That's impossible. It's going to get it to you, but you got to fight against that.
Are you married?
Excuse me, I got the floor, ma'am.
Rambo, really,
It's
if I
about
could say
building
this really
loving.
quickly.
Hold on, man.
Let him
Hold
finish.
on.
Let him finish real
I
quick so I can understand what he's talking about.
I was silent for a long time. What this is ultimately about is an individual just saying, I want a loving and long-lasting marriage for myself. And it's about core values. It's about finding somebody with similar core values. It's about finding somebody with similar long-term goals. And a lot of times what that means is you yourself have to have a certain education level, perhaps, or a certain income level. And the thing is, like with Corey, what I see right there is like, wait a minute, dude. Have you not heard of the cage bird sings? You get a woman, you think because you can give her money, you can put her in a little cage, and and you give her what you need, what she wants, and you get what you need, but it ain't really all that serious. But then a lot of times these are the very women that end up filing for divorce because they're unloved. They're not in a nurturing and warm environment, right? And so if you look at the data, furthermore, if you look at the data, long-lasting marriages are highly associated with education and income. The DIP study, you can look this up.
Are we doing data and statistics? Shannon, don't let me lose.
It does hovering. It does hovering.
I'm trying to let him wrap up the talking about.
They said that was it a Pew Research study? It was one of these big think tanks, and they said that college-educated women with a 4-year degree across the board have a 79% chance at a minimum of a 20-year marriage. If you only have a high school diploma, that drops to 20%. Now, if you have a master's or a PhD, that number even goes up higher, right? So that just tells you that. So that just tells you that marriages are strongly associated, or strong families, strong marriages are highly associated with education. So part of this, is the developing oneself in the type of person who can get married. Like, when you get your education up, you get your money up, you start meeting new people. Like the sister was saying before, I've never seen a black couple like this. Well, maybe, I don't know where she's from. Maybe she's, in the hood somewhere in some impoverished area. I don't know why she would say that. But I do know that unless you have a certain income level or a certain education level, the type of person that would probably be the best type of wife or husband for you, you probably wouldn't have access to them until you get on that level. And that's, and especially as a man, that's true. I don't know so much as that's so true for a woman, but as a man, you got to have your money right. You want to have your education right. You want to have a certain lifestyle for yourself so you can get the type of woman who can make a great wife for you. And so all this crying about broken women and dysfunctional women, that's never going to get you as an individual what you want.
But Rambo, he didn't care about none of that. He literally was setting up a literal prostitute type setup because he said he don't want that.
I don't think anyone here relates to that man, but I'm so glad we're talking statistics. Because again, as Shannon, me, stating statistics and interpreting statistics, which is what I went to school for, is two different things. When we talk about the wealth,
What was your major?
I didn't finish college, but that's all right. And I'm a software developer now, so math is my thing. But when we're talking about, also,
I majored in mathematics and I took a lot of statistics classes, so interpreting data is something I've been trained.
So we should be on the same page when it comes to interpreting statistics. Also, are you married?
I am married, yes. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Hold on. I want Mooney to read these statistics real quick.
Yeah, so
I do too. I want her to read these statistics as well, but I also want to point out that the point that I was trying to make was that what Corey Holcomb was trying to prove is that there are women that if you're not at this high level. Like if you're not educated, you should be able to be taken advantage of by these men and be grateful. That's what he was trying to say.
I know women, maybe he was saying that, it was kind of hard for me to hear him. I do know this. There's a lot of women who don't mind being side pieces. They'll prefer it. They tell you, you can be married, you can have a girlfriend, that's fine. It's all good. I don't care. I mean, that's a real thing.
No, he's like, if you are suffering, if you are in poverty, you should be able to be taken advantage of men that have a higher status and money because it's an even exchange. That's literally what he said.
So let's ask the question.
He wanted women to be taken advantage of by men that have a little bit more money. And this is why men get mad about women being able to have a higher education and make more money, such as women like me and women that are able to survive on their own. This is why they hate the idea of women being able to provide for themselves and not need men, because they want to be able to be put women in situations like what Corey Holcomb wants.
Okay, so let's ask a question. Do most men want to control women financially? Oh Lord, hold on, I got somebody in the box.
I think so. I don't think most men want to. No, there are some that do, but I don't think most do.
You don't think the average man wants financial control?
No. So does he want financial control, or does he want to control the woman financially? Control. Money to kind of coerce her to do things, or does he want to just kind of run the checkbook and the banking accounts and the investments?
And I financial control.
So when you
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Because okay, so what about let's go back. I think the average man, whether they do it intentionally or not, wants they feel the need of this control. Like they have to be in control of the relationship. They have to feel needed. They have to be in control of how things are going to run. I think that is the average man, whether it is done intentionally or not. Hey, it may be something to do with a little bit of misogyny. It may be something to do with the patriarchy. I don't know. I'm just throwing a bone, but I do think that men, in general, do want majority of the control of how things are ran.
Meaning to, yeah, I guess. Okay, I mean,
it could be anything.
The decision, his last decision, like if they can't figure it out, he probably wants a woman who goes, well, we'll just go with what you think, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It sounds so stupid. I would hope men don't believe that, but
I mean, that seems to be a general. Okay, I can't say that it's 80,000%. You know, I said 90,000%, 100%. But based on what's being said, right, and then the people that agree, it does seem like majority of men want control. This dude is even willing to I ain't gonna say downgrade extent. He don't even want a woman on his level financially, because he said that woman is going to talk back to him and feel like she can talk back. But that kind of ties into what some men say. I'm not going to generalize here, I promise. Some men do get on here and say that she's too independent. She got her own money.
Right.
She too masculine. I can't tell her nothing. That has been a general consensus of what a lot of men has said in the space. So he said he'd rather downgrade from a woman on his level to go down to a woman that's struggling because she need him, so he can control how things are dictated. So a woman with money can't be, I guess, manipulated or controlled because she got her own bag, which is why I tell women nothing, but it's best for women to have their own bag.
Can I give you a real life example? I got a story because it reminded me of what Corey was saying, but in real life. Now, this is a guy I know from like online conversations, and he was talking about, he was in the military. Cool dude, he's pretty cool, but he don't know how to run his love life. Like he sucks at marriage. So he had been divorced 3 times, and now he's single. And he's online, and he's saying, for me, I want a wife who doesn't work. I make this money. I got, 3 or 4 properties. I got a big house. I want a wife who doesn't work, who stays at home, keeps the home clean, stays in shape.
This is what Corey Holcomb said. This is what Corey Holcomb.
This is what a guy I know. I know online who was saying this. And I know he believed it. I mean, I had known him for years, just from talking to him online for years in these conversations. And what was funny, I was, I didn't want to say anything because to break is harder and embarrassing, but I was thinking like, bro, don't you see, like, you keep getting divorced because you're trying to cage your woman into your own lifestyle when most people, like most women, when they want to have kids, they might want to be at home while they're having kids, not send them to daycare. But then when the kids can go to school, generally women, and I know because I'm around them, these women want to go back in the workforce, right? So when you say, no, I want you to stay home full time, then they start to resent you, and then they get divorced. Now it comes online, he's one of these crybabies that cries about women all the time. It's like, dude, you need a woman.
Can we get a name? Can we get a name, please?
Well, you wouldn't know him.
I don't care. I'll look. I don't care. I'll look him up. What's his name?
It's General something. I don't remember. It was General something. I can't remember. I didn't talk to him in a bit.
Jay Will?
General. Huh?
Jay Will?
You wouldn't know him. No. It's like a general. He was in the military.
I'm just being messy. Nature?
So, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing? How's the panel doing?
Oh, we're trying to slide.
Hi. Well, this is interesting. This is an interesting discussion. Y'all brought up was it Corey Home, whatever that dude's name is, that comedian?
Yeah.
How long has he been married?
I have no. I don't. Is he married? Oh, he does. He is. I have no idea.
I don't think he's married.
I think he is.
I don't think he's married.
I think he is.
I think he's
It's
married.
been confirmed that he got a. It's been confirmed that he got a boo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he's married and has like 3 kids or something.
So why even?
It's always interesting to me when married people, especially married men, come in these conversations and you have to discover that they're married. They never leave with it, right? They never come in, as a married person. Let me talk about what I think as far as this is concerned with you, you single persons or your dating persons. They never come in with that. You have to dig down and find out later on that they've been married after you've had a conversation for 2 years. Like you're just hiding shit. Like you're trying to live vicariously through the people who's speaking on this panel. And what strikes me about the conversation with men who speak as he does, and maybe some women too, is that they talk about other human beings, other souls, persons who are moving on this earth as if they're their belongings. And the phraseology will come up as if they are persons who are 304s and whores and, tramps and all this stuff. And I always like to remind them just gently. So I like to hold their hand and remind them that even those persons that you think are promiscuous, that have no discernment with their partners, still tell y'all no. Even the persons that you think are walking along the side of the road selling their bodies, they still tell niggas no. They don't deal with them because of pay. They don't deal with them because of violence. They hide from them. They don't come out at certain times. They're still telling you no. You still don't have unfettered access in the way you're speaking. And in the midst of all that, apparently he was told no. Somebody didn't try to keep on with him. Nobody tried to stay with him for forever because we're not hearing about, side chicks or side women for 10, 12 years. They still left him. As much as he's talked about coming at them as they've been downtrodden, coming after them, in a predatory manner, he still left his monkey ass. Left you. In the midst of all your talking. This is what women do and this is what I go after. And they still fucking left you, fool. The ones that were downtrodden still don't fuck with you. You are a whole different version, a whole different type of lesson. Dummies.
So, Mooney,
Yeah, I'm here with the statistics on deck when you all are ready.
Okay, you going next. I'm gonna let Dapper.
I want to hear the stats.
I'm gonna let Dapper intervene real quick. I know he just tried to, and then I'm come up.
Yeah. So I wanted to address something I think Mooney said about 25 minutes to about an hour ago. And I wanted to bounce back on that because she said something that I thought was kind of interesting. She started explaining certain things. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it had to do with, I guess, a black man wanting someone who was thinner. Or, I'm sorry, my apologies. Men wanting a woman that was thinner. And if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the explanations that she gave, or one of the assumptions, was that because a man could not handle a thicker woman.
No, let me clarify for you, because if you're going to quote me, let's make it correct. And again, I preference this by saying if it doesn't apply, let it apply, and this doesn't apply to all. People tend to, when it comes to preferences, people tend to choose things that negate their shortcomings. So, for example, you don't want a thick woman, whether that's because you can't handle a thick woman in all the cheeks, or you don't want to be seen with her in public because of what your boys say. People don't want a darker skinned woman, or people, and my other example, that's a side example. People, they tend to want white women because it negates them, especially as Black men, of being held accountable. Like, surface preferences tend to negate the work that you need to do on yourself. That's what I said. So make sure that what you're saying about me is based off of that.
So again, paraphrasing, just paraphrasing. That's all. Just wanted to re-emphasize, just paraphrasing. So, here's one of the things that struck me is that those were very much deficits-based perspectives, right? Instead of saying, well, and this again, I understand that there was some generalizations, but the manner in which those generalizations had been surfaced definitely speaks volumes and kind of reinforces just some of the convictions that I've stated before, which is one reason why I say that I typically do not have conversations about why I prefer a certain kind of woman over another woman. The perspective of, oh well, the issues with being, how was it? I think if I'm not mistaken, you said something about them being able to handle a larger woman or a thicker woman. Well, what if you just, as a man, you just want a woman who fits your standards of fitness or your same level of fitness?
Sure.
What if, as a man who decides that he wants someone who is non-Black, what if he's just naturally attracted to that woman, not because of what she looks like, but because of who she is as a person?
Because that's what I'm saying. Because listen, now the fitness thing I can get behind all day, right? Because fitness, I go to the gym all the time, right? I'm an athlete. That's a lifestyle. But you being attracted to white women, that just because you're naturally, that's not a thing. Doesn't exist.
And this is the point that I'm kind of getting
No,
at.
I'm telling you, and that's my point. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so
A Black man that is just into white women because that's your preference, just randomly on a Wednesday, literally doesn't exist. Just like a white woman that is just solely into Black men on a Wednesday, that's not a thing.
Okay. So I'm not. So I'm.
Do you know what implicit bias means?
I understand. I very much understand the concept of implicit bias.
A Black man who is just solely into white women, right? Because they're humans, right? We're all humans. We all have the same body parts, right? But you are into just white women because they're white. That doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
Okay. I will.
So are you into white women, Dapper Dom? Are you into white women?
No.
So if you're not into white women, why are you arguing or fighting for something that even you don't subscribe to? Are you into white women?
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see what he has to say about it. More. Let's give him a chance to respond. So, brother, what were you trying to articulate?
So all I was trying to say was that when it comes to a man who, and I've mentioned this earlier, who has a preference, doesn't matter if she's thinner, doesn't matter if she's lighter skinned, it doesn't matter what she has going on, right? Oh man, I know, I get it. I know it's not a thing, right? But if someone feels a certain way about someone or a preference that you have, it automatically comes across as being a dig on someone.
I'm okay with that. Then give me a shovel, give me two, I'll dig all day. Let me ask you this. Do you only deal with light-skinned women?
No, I don't have a.
Do you deal with white women only?
But Muna, let me ask a question. If
why are you concerned with defending something that you don't even subscribe to? This is the problem. This is the point. You don't even subscribe to this, but yet here you are defending people that do things that we've already gave the facts as to why it's harmful to Black people, right? And this is something that you don't even subscribe to, and yet here you are defending it. So what are we talking about?
I got a question, because even if it's a dumb question, let me just ask it.
What are we doing?
If he has a Black family, of course, but if you're born in a predominantly white neighborhood, right, where it's less of a Black population, so you don't come across as many Black folks, can that boy or girl natural attraction then change because she's only around white men, or he's only around his Hispanic women? And I'm not trying to ask a dumb question. I'm literally just asking, can it be changed? Even though he has his mom and dad right there, can he feel an attraction to that because that's all that he's around?
Then ask him that. Dapper, did you grow up around all white people?
I grew up around Black people, but let me.
Did you grow up around all skinny people that didn't go to that went to the gym? Did you grow up around skinny people that only went to the gym? But let's go down. See, people like to say skinny. But let's go down this road. Dapper, did you grow up around people?
Wait, Moody, give him a chance. Give him a chance, Moody. Give him a chance.
I'm gonna ask you too, Shannon. That's gonna be for you next.
What I do?
Please tag me in.
Wait, did I what?
Did you guys both? Did you grow up?
Oh no.
So what you're talking about right now is it's called the law of proximate distance, right? And it's when you're in a let's just say that you're in a classroom.
Easy. It's too easy, friend.
Hold on. And that's when you're in. Let's just say hypothetically you're in a classroom, right? And you're in. So let's just say that you're.
All right. So let's just break it. Let's just break it down. The average black man. The average black man.
I don't do hypotheticals, and I certainly don't want to talk about.
That's cool. So the average black man and black woman cannot have a natural attraction to another race. Okay, it's not there. So, but brother, I'm trying to give. Say it again. The average black woman or black man cannot have a natural attraction to someone that's not Black.
How about, or can you not have a natural attraction to somebody that's not in your environment and to your top?
But that's not the average person. That's why she's saying it don't exist. Okay, I want you to explain.
Dapper, did you grow up around all white people? Did you grow up around all white people?
This is why we can't move on. We can't move on, bro.
Grew up.
It's too easy. It's Shannon, stop inviting me up here.
No, bro, I'm trying to have a balance. I'm trying to let the brother finish. I mean, so brother, like, okay, so what was the point of you giving that example? Because the average black person is going to be born around the average black person, and his natural love is going to be to someone that looks like his mother. It should be. It should always work out that way. This is why I'm married to a black woman. So what were you trying to articulate by saying? What were you trying to say?
So all I'm saying is that when it comes to your environment, let's just say that I was born in South Africa, right? There are typically more white people in South Africa than there are black people. That's just the reality. That is the reality. Those are by the numbers. You cannot argue that.
I gotta look it up. I'm sorry. Hey, listen. My ignorance is showing. I don't know that. I gotta look it up.
Let me look up the percentage of white people in South Africa, because that's a Googleable.
What is the
that's a
percentage?
Shannon, will you look up the percentage
of black? Of white people? White people
in South Africa.
That's a complete lie.
No, wait. According to the latest data. According to the latest data, the percentage of white people in South Africa is around 7.8% of the total population.
Wow. What are you saying, bro? Like, what are you doing? Stop inviting me to this shit. Now, what I'm saying is, listen, I understand, friend. I understand, right? Because listen, I'm adopted. I'm a transracial adoptee. I grew up with all white people. So I get, right? Like I get, if you are a black man that grew up with all white people, right? Or if you are a black woman or a white person that grew up in all black people, I get that. But let's not act like those are the ones that are having these conversations. White people that grow up around all Black people tend not to have these conversations. Now, Dapper Dom, again, you are talking about people that didn't grow up in an environment that you did. Okay. Don't subscribe to the same things that you do. Run to South Africa, where there is a 93% majority Black people, but somehow finds a way, right? Like, but you didn't do it. Why are you arguing for people that you don't even subscribe to? This is anti-Blackness. This is anti-Blackness 101.
Bro,
I'm sorry, like,
I'm over here crying. I'm crying.
But I said what I said. When
I'm
you're ready
crying.
for the statistics, by the way,
He
we
left.
were talking about
Mooney, he
earlier
left.
about
He dropped.
because he knew I was coming with that heat. Because I'm pretty sure he Googled me and knew I was coming with that heat.
Not you, Dapper. I'm talking about the other guy.
Go ahead and do it, Mooney.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
Do it, Mooney.
No, Rambo said that he dropped because of an echo.
He dropped because. Okay, well, hold on, Nick. I'm sorry.
You know what? You should have dropped. And he should have dropped over the dumbass shit he was saying, talking about I studied statistics.
Wait, I brought him back. Wait, go ahead and read him. Go ahead and
Excellent. Okay. So now I want to start with, since you know,
how you gonna say stop bringing you up here, and then you request to come up? You like, I'm not gonna bring you up. But that don't even make sense. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Let me make something clear. I've dealt with people like Rambo.
What's that even mean? What do you mean, like Rambo? What's that mean?
Oh shit! No, Mooney, just stick to the
I'm gonna
statistics.
tell you right now.
Stick to the statistics.
No, I'm gonna answer and then I'll go to statistics. Because you invited me up here, friend. Don't invite me up next time. You guys remember when we were young and it was holidays, right? Do you guys remember when we were young and it was holidays, right? And we were young and we would be at the kids' table and all we wanted to do was get to the adults' table, right? And the adults told us one rule: when you get to the adults' table, don't fuck up. Right? That was just the one rule. You have one rule to follow. We're at the kids' table. We're trying to get to the adults' table. We have one rule, and the one rule is don't fuck up. And then some of us, when we got to the adults' table, what's the first thing we did? We fucked up. Rambo, when I say that I've dealt with people like you, I've dealt with people like you 100 times in college, in the tech industry, everywhere. You guys get from the kids' table and you come to the adult table. The first thing you do is mean.
It's just a vague, nonsensical.
You asked me. You asked me, so I'm just telling you. Now let's go.
Because that didn't mean anything. That was just hot air.
Let's.
I know it doesn't mean anything to you. It doesn't mean anything to you.
You know, when you choose at the kids' table and then you say, don't fuck up, don't fuck it up, that doesn't mean anything. That's empty words. It's like when you talk to customer service and they'll say, I'll be back in a few moments. A few moments don't mean anything when you talk to customer service. That could be 2 minutes or 2 hours. So you're just talking hot air. That's all it is.
No one understands what that means, Rambo. I think your example was way less like interpretive than mine was, but that's okay. Go on, King. Now, since we're talking about statistics here, right? Rambo had mentioned, about like economic status, right? Because economics and statistical interpretations of anything. Now, overall, right, 61% of divorces that are initiated, right, are by men when the women make more money. 61%. 43% are initiated by women when the women make more money. Now, I need you guys to remember that. I'm going to bring up that statistic a couple more times because this matters. Now, when we are talking about women that make on average $5,000 more, and that's a nominal number. It's a lot of money for some people, but it's a nominal number. So let's take salaries. $5,000 more. 15% women are 15% less likely to report their marriages as happy, right? They are 32% more likely, and this is on the women's side, right? And I'll get to the men's side. They are 32% more likely to report marital problems, and women are 46% more likely to initiate the separation. And because numbers are numbers and math doesn't lie, it doesn't care about your opinion, right? 54% of men, when the woman makes only $5,000 more, are more likely to initiate a separation. Okay, the men, so we're talking about 54% versus 46%. Men are more likely to initiate a separation when the women make more. Now let's move on. So women who make more, there are 51% more likely to get divorced initiated by women. 49%. So men are a little bit less, right? On this, to be fair, men are a little bit less. So they're 49% more likely to initiate divorce. So when women make more, they're about 1% more to initiate divorce than men. Now, here's where statistical interpretation comes in. This is my sweet spot, right? Because you have to remember that classism matters, right? When you have lower class, middle class, upper class, 1%, and elite, right? The numbers change. So that 61% that is initiated is middle upper class. But when you get into the 1%, those numbers drastically change. When you get into the 1%, it is 39% of women that will initiate it, right? And then the higher percentage is men. Now, upper middle class is less likely. College graduates, right? Because statistical interpretations, college graduates are 30% less likely, or 30% likely to divorce, 70% to stay together. Okay, and that means that they both have a similar degree and a similar income level. But if you go back with the college graduates with the $5,000 disparity, right? The 15%, 32%, the 46%, that applies, right? College, if you're talking about couples with over $10,000 of assets, okay? Couples with more than $10,000 of assets are 38% less likely to initiate divorce on the male side, okay? And you can do the remaining numbers on the female side. 70% of them tend to stay together, right? So then you have that little middle area depending on the assets. Overall, wealthier homes, right, within the top 10% have a lower divorce rate. When women make more money, it's 38% more likely than others to get divorce rates, usually initiated by women, usually protested by men. However, that 38% that's more likely for women, that divorce, if they have been married for 10 years or less, you get that 38% more likely. If they've been married for 10 years or more, it jumps to 47%. Okay? Because women tend to, when they're both equally educated, and because women, and of course we can, and again, when it comes to interpreting, I'm leaving out children, right? I'm leaving out all of these things. When women make $5,000 more, they have an increased rate of divorce. So again, like I could go on and on and on and on, right? So I find it frustrating, at least for me, as somebody who studied statistics and interpretation of statistics, when they talk about like women are more, it's like, but you're not talking about the class systems. And I think Shannon, I don't know if it was in here, it might have been another live the other day when we were talking about, statistical. Oh, Rambo, is this frustrating for you? I know numbers.
Yeah, because they're
No,
not.
I
No,
know
I'm great
numbers
with numbers.
statistics. I know
graduated
facts
college
are
with a standard
so
degree and
different. In
majored
fact,
in
let me-
mathematics.
the next
So-
time I come on here,
So when somebody goes, interpreting data is, I'm an expert at that. I tend to laugh. Go ahead, though, ma'am.
It's difficult for
You're
you.
taking cheap shots. Go ahead.
I
Go
know
ahead.
that facts and data and interpreting data and statistics is really tough for you.
No, this is just anti-black. This is
When I interpret
light-skinned,
facts-
mixed girl, anti-blackness, calling the black man dumb, even though he's more credentialized than you in your own field.
Not him being weak.
I see.
Not him being weak, bro. You made sure. No, no, wait, wait, wait. You made sure you made sure to come Mike just to sign into the mic to let us know that you live with taking out.
I took undeserved shots too. That's not my
You
style.
did all that. You came make sure everybody heard you.
Hang on,
I
let me
like this
finish.
woman. She can
Can I
fight.
finish?
All righty, because I really don't want
No,
to start.
I'm just speaking to the
I
fact
really-
that you sound pathetic and ridiculous.
I really don't want to start muting people's mics. I'm
You
trying
came
to
out
keep
of
some
mic.
decorum.
I'm almost done.
Trying to keep some decorum, but y'all
I'm
going
almost
off
done, I
deep
swear.
end.
I'm almost done, I swear. And nature, I appreciate you. That's why we've been mutuals. I want to make something really clear. I'm very aware of what I look like. I don't care what he said about that. That's okay. To me, right, when I'm talking about mathematical numbers and statistics and statistical interpretation, and somebody busts in with a level 50 bass in his voice to talk about what I look like and being anti-black, and we've all been here the whole time and have seen nothing of the sort, a win is a win for me. I don't want anybody in here to defend me on that. I don't have the words to describe how much I don't care about that. There he is with his feet.
And the live got discontinued. The live got discontinued. The live got discontinued, y'all. Listen, I tried to keep some decorum, and it went off the deep ends. It went off the deep ends. I be trying to let people go at it, but they didn't. Yeah, Alexander, I had the link. I literally have the link. The link has been in the thing the whole time. And not Alexander, Miss Lisa or Miss Rochelle, I had the link up. I have the link. They're literally pinned. So I'm sorry if you didn't come up, but I had the link up. So yeah, they're pinned in the chat. But anyway, this was this was a very interesting live. We're gonna try this tomorrow. But yeah. Anyway, y'all have a good night. Well, like I said, leave the single mothers out of it. Stop shaming single mothers. Have a little bit more grace for them. That was just the conversation. Then we went into a whole bunch of other stuff, but yeah. But anyway, y'all have a good night. Y'all stay safe and be blessed and encouraged. In Jesus' name, man. Love y'all. Thank y'all for enjoying it. Got a little spicy and towards the end, but you know, we're gonna try. We're gonna try. The topic is about Black women. It won't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be a play. It's definitely about women. You know what I'm saying? A woman's total value is not linked to her room. So I got it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this could be applied to all women, but you know what I'm saying? Like we stand for Black women mostly on this side. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I don't stand up for the Caucasian woman or nothing, but this could have been for all women that's just getting degraded because they're mothers. You know what I'm saying? But of course, since I'm Black, I'm speaking to the Black men that do this online. I'm speaking to my community, but it is what it is, man. Like, I hope they stop doing this, but you gotta be careful with your mouthpiece. You know what I'm saying? You can speak life or death, and too many men speaking death into the community, and we gotta stop doing that. But anyway, man, I love y'all. Y'all be safe. Y'all be blessed. Y'all be encouraged in Jesus' name.